Andrew,
How's it going, Jacob?
good. How are you?
That's good.
Who
All
let you
good.
into my?
You did,
Oh,
apparently.
apparently, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like you very much, so
Uh-oh.
yeah.
Thanks for
So,
coming to my baptism.
you're very, very welcome. It was not my choice. I was not going to let you take a bus to your baptism.
Thank you.
Uh, so, yeah, I wasn't going to go on and argue with Father Eric, but his beliefs on the soul are very, very, very different from Jewish beliefs on the soul. Just the soul body distinction. So we have different things we refer to as the soul, which includes the body. If you want to hear more about Jewish ideas about the soul, you can listen to the discussions that I've been having with Ben. They are not going to be easy. There's a lot of Hebrew, some of which we don't translate, and it's very difficult stuff that um, is controversial. I am seriously considering uh, starting another book. I'm not going to finish, but called "The Souls of Gentiles."
Mm.
Um, yeah,
Thanks, Andy.
and yes, congratulations, Andrew.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
there's a tattoo parlor in Westwood, so you can walk to it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think I'll get a cross in black and then the you know
Bad
actual.
idea,
Okay.
because the deacon, when we spoke, specifically said it should be blue.
Yeah, but like that's reminiscent of the jizya, right? Like,
Yes.
but my parents haven't lived under jizya.
Stop
Yeah.
being so Protestant.
But I mean, I am Protestant, Jacob. Like, I can't.
No, 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 no.
I don't have memories in the Coptic Church, right? Like my
This is
parents haven't been.
this is you denying your baptism, which you should not do. Because what did Abuna say at the end of the service? He said, Andrew is Coptic now and part of our family, and I baptized him today. That's what Abuna said. What does Abuna mean? What does Abuna mean? Do you
Father.
know? Our Father,
Mhm.
which is why I asked you a certain question at the end of the services.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Mhm.
And Elijah actually knows his book of Ruth.
I don't know. It feels like LARPing.
It is. That is what life is, LARPing. It's so funny. Like, I was thinking about all of this stuff, and I wrote Father Stephen an email after the services because I was spending the services thinking about it. And fake it until you make it is a way of life. That's what life is. And in fact, that's what I think Paul is saying when he says, imitate me as I imitate Christ. Right? It's that that is a Jewish concept of agency. So you're not kissing the man when you're kissing Abuna.
Yeah, I don't have any like, you know, um, my
Yes, but he's not an individual person. That's what you need to understand.
no, I'm not like opposed to it. It's just that I'm not used to it, you know?
I know, of course not, and he's not going to make you.
Mhm. Yeah.
But you need to be a part of the community that now you are a part of.
Yeah.
And everybody else, when they walk up to him, will kiss his hand and kiss the cross in his hand,
Yeah.
and you don't.
Yeah, that's my bad. Yeah. Mhm. Yeah. I'm still learning stuff. Like
Move
I,
the camera
okay.
down
Yeah.
so we can see your mouth. Okay.
Yeah. I'm still learning stuff. Like recently I learned that when you ask for the blessing, that's like the end of the conversation, right? Like I thought when just last week they call them saintliness. The metropolitan and the bishop came over to our church, and I asked for their blessing, right? And I didn't think that'd be the end of the conversation, but yeah. I've still got stuff to learn.
Yes. I had a question. So, who was the little kid wearing the senior deacon outfit? There was like a 12-year-old wearing the same outfit as the deacon gospel reader guy who shows us around.
Not too sure. I don't know all of the deacons.
Yes, Sandy. It's a Middle Eastern thing. Middle Eastern Jews also kiss the rabbi's hand. Like, it's funny. Like, there's a lot of Middle Eastern stuff that was interesting. But yeah, so I was looking at the various deacons, and it's like, okay, so there's the deacons not wearing the red sash, and then there's the ones wearing the red sash, and then there's the ones that are wearing the ornate red sash. And because of the ages, you could tell which was the most senior, right?
Mhm.
Except there's like this 12-year-old kid wearing the ornate red sash. And it was like, how did this little kid, I mean, maybe he looks young and he's like 18 or something, but even if he's 18, like the other guys wearing the ornate red sash were all like in their 30s and 40s. So I figured maybe he might be one of the priest's sons or something.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. I don't know the deacons all like intimately or whatever. So yeah.
And what reminded me of him was pick a deacon and emulate him as he emulates Abuna,
Mm.
as
I
he
think.
emulates Paul, as he emulates Christ.
Yeah. I think a big problem is that like the deacons are a lot more willing to like to talk with me than the laity,
Why
which is
is that a
really
problem?
weird because I have to reverence them, right? Like,
Okay, first of all, you have to realize, and I said this to you before you got baptized, that the fact that the priest sprinkled some water on you,
yeah, I understand.
to people who are religious means now you are Coptic,
Yeah.
which apparently doesn't include you. And to people who are not religious, it doesn't mean diddly squat, because they don't actually believe in the powers of in that the waters of baptism change anything. You have to believe in order to believe that that what happens today actually means something.
Mhm.
And it goes just as well for you. This is why I call, for Phlebas's thing, this is why I call infant baptism an abomination. It is a complete abomination. Jacob snuck an extra step in there.
I don't know.
Oh,
I do.
Abuna? Yeah, I guess. Yeah. Phlebas is very Protestant. If you want to be Protestant, you can come on and be Protestant, Phlebas.
I do talk to the people at my church about like growing up in the church, right? Because they always see it as a bad thing, but like the reason why I'm going to church is because they've all integrated it with their lives, right? And I definitely haven't. I'm not totally a part of their
Except
community. I haven't kissed
you're
their hand, right?
well, yeah, but now you are part of their community,
Yes.
and you chose to be a part of this community,
Mhm.
and you need to stop wondering, because now you have that official certificate.
Yeah.
It was so funny. So I'm going to tell the story again. So we're all standing near the baptistry. Like there's a screen where it's showing. By the way, you should get that video, and people were definitely taking videos. You should put it on the Discord. That's going to be an interesting video. Because I actually apparently missed some parts of it because I thought it was over and it wasn't. So everybody, like lots of people are waiting, and so I let other people stand in front of me, and I'm in the back, and this deacon is there, and his little son. No, it wasn't even a deacon. It was just somebody with his like 7 or 8 year old, and like everybody's looking, and the kid's looking, and he's like, "Dad, where's the baby?" And his father said, "The baby's big." And I said, "Yeah, he's 19."
Oh man, yeah,
Pretty big
yeah.
baby.
I certainly felt like it.
Well, if you believe in it, then you were born.
Yeah. Going into it, I felt nervous, but coming out of it, it felt a lot better.
What does it say in the Gospels? This day I have begotten you.
Must be born again of water and spirit.
And for any Jews who are watching, yes, I am not, in fact, in any way, endorsing idolatry, partially because Andrew here actually knows what the monarchical trinity means. And he also understands. It was actually really interesting when he was asking you. I think it was the Apostolic Creed that you that he asked you, or something like that.
No, I think it was the
We believe in
Nicene
one
Creed.
God,
Oh,
the Father, and one Son, and true God from true God. And that's what got me thinking, like, I'm going to have a private conversation with Father Stephen, and then we might have a public conversation after that. But
I hope that he can explain the Nicene Creed to us.
I'm sure he can. I would be surprised if he could not.
Yeah, and I should read more of the Neoplatonists to understand this question of one of many. So.
One in the many goes before the Neoplatonists.
I'm sure. Yeah.
It's
Was any of my family there? No, afraid not. But the people who accepted me the first time I came there were.
Have you called your mother for Mother's Day?
Yes. Mhm.
Okay.
I hope liturgy wasn't too bad for you.
No, I mean, it's really interesting. Like, I'm sitting there and, like, hearing the translation and being like, oh, that's how they translated that. Oh, that's how they translated that. Oh, they translated this like this. And yes, based in Plotinus build. Although you misspelled Plotinus. The only thing, like, when the priest said light and dark can't, during his homily, light and dark can't mix, and it's like, no. Light and dark do mix. But we have to separate the light from the dark.
Mhm.
And that's where I think he got his whole homily wrong. But
It's the homily, have mercy on him.
I have mercy on him. His theology is deficient, and he should get an actual priest to preach there.
Our Abuna Raphael, who I catechized under, is a hegumen or archpriest. So,
So do they refer to both of them as Abuna or the Hegel?
Yeah. And then a bishop or metropolitan, you'd say like Sayyidina or yeah. Mhm.
Okay, because I got the impression that because he was referring to, although I guess he could have also, that's interesting if he was also talking about himself, but he said like, he was criticizing people for criticizing Abuna, so I thought he was talking about the hegemon.
Mm. Yeah, I don't exactly think you should criticize your Abuna in public. It'd be like, I would not criticize myself in public.
Yes, I'll criticize him for you. That's my job.
Mhm. Yeah, I had a little celebration afterwards, so that was great.
Nice.
Yep, I got some home icons as well.
Oh.
So yeah, everyone came out and gave me some gifts. So that was fun.
Oh, nice.
Yep.
I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Trey was talking about getting you a gift.
Wonderful.
But I don't think we actually worked it out. And you got me up at the ass crack of dawn, so.
Mm-hmm. Tell him not to worry too much, right?
We'll figure it out.
Yeah.
That makes Andrew less Protestant than most ortho bros and trad cats. Yes, very much so. Very much so. Yeah. So the guy with the wine was standing like around the 10th row or something?
Yeah.
Okay, and everybody as they walked by, they take wine after the bread.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Because I saw the priest giving some people wine later.
They
inside the altar area.
Yes, they leave some deacons to him, right? As people are taking, the Eucharist.
I see.
Yeah, and then also some people who are sick, right, and who can't join the line, they do them last as well.
And what do they do with the bread that's left over and extra? Like, how much extra bread is there when they finish? Because there seemed to be a bit much.
I'm not too sure.
Boker Tov, Yechezkel.
How's it going?
Shraga levy.
Mhm. Yeah, I think they give those out as well. Like, this might sound weird, but they give them out to some like charities or homeless shelters. Hello, how's it going, Michael?
No. The host bread? No.
No, I mean the korban.
Oh, right. That the
Oh.
antiparon. Yeah,
Yeah,
I meant
yeah.
the extra host bread.
So the korban, or I'm sorry, the host bread, they take into the altar, and then the priest finishes the rest.
Oh, he has to eat
Yeah.
the rest of it.
Yep.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I noticed them drinking the rest of the wine and then watering the vessel and drinking the wine.
Yep.
But wine, there wasn't that much wine, but it
Mhm.
looked like there was a lot of extra bread.
Yep.
I mean, if you're the one who's handing out the bread, which they were,
Mhm.
like, and you see how big the congregation is, I hope you can
Yeah, break off a bit more. Yeah.
break
Yeah.
off enough that you figure it out, like, you know, yeah.
Mhm.
So that's how priests get so fat. Well, that's because they use
Yeah, pre-sanctified liturgies.
no. So their bread is matzah. They use
Yeah. Unleavened.
unleavened. Yeah. So unleavened bread, you can keep it until next time. It's not a problem. With leavened bread, yeah, it is a problem. You can't keep it until next time. Yeah, and actually, while I was sitting there, I was thinking. So not a lot, but there are certainly families who have traditions, and I always thought it was a beautiful one, and considered doing it like once I was married and had kids. Of Kiddush every Friday, so they keep a bottle, and they always pour some of the Kiddush into the bottle at the end, and then next week they pour from that bottle. So like some people have generations
That's mad.
of Kiddush wine that like is just continuing, like, and I mean some people are actually pretty careful. So there's a halacha called tachton gover. So here, I am going to teach you guys some Talmudics. So, if I had another cup, you have two cups with liquid in them. Okay. Now, the rule in mixtures, in halachic mixtures, is that if something is less than 1/60th, it mixes in, it becomes batel, it becomes nullified. So if I take, for example, let's say that this was a thing of milk, right? And a small bit of whatchamacallit,
No.
no, chicken soup,
Okay.
right? Falls into it, right? Well, does this suddenly become a mixture of meat and milk, which is prohibited? Only there are lots of conditions I won't get into, but if it's less than the 60th, it can be nullified if it's not obvious what it is, right? If it actually mixes, right? So now let's talk about kosher wine and unkosher wine, right? So exact same thing. There's unkosher wine, there's kosher wine. And a drop of kosher wine, unkosher wine goes into the kosher wine, So does the kosher wine become unkosher? Only if it's less than a 60th. Okay, what if I put another drop in? What if I put another drop in? What if I put in enough drops one by one until I have put in more drops of unkosher, so it's mostly unkosher wine, but it was put in one drop by drop by drop, right? It's kind of like a ship of Theseus thing, right? Well, so there's a law in and then what happens if you're pouring in, right? And it's not drop by drop, but you're pouring. So like there's all kinds of halachas on this stuff, but there's a halacha called tachton gover, which means that the one that is on the bottom is what excuse me,
Bless you.
takes over from what is being poured into it, right? So, and this is like, it is a halachic rule that it means a lot. So the people who do this with the wine, they always make sure to pour first the extra amount into the bottle so that it all becomes the same thing as it was, and then pour out, right? Because if you just pour out, right, you're trying to keep that body of wine that your family has been sanctifying week after week, the same thing. So you use that law of tachton gover every week to make sure that it's the same wine as was used in each generation, because as you're pouring in, it becomes nullified to what it is being poured into.
And I haven't checked this, but the Coptic Church talks about the holy myron, right? Like the oil the apostles used for anointing. And they said that they've run out, right? So
Right.
they have to add more. They have to do a liturgy, right? And I don't know the whole process of the mixture of like the new myron with the old myron, but
that would be interesting to figure out.
Yeah.
So Michael, what do you want to battle with me about this time?
Oh, battle! Come on.
No, it's fun. You always ask insightful questions.
I take that as a huge compliment if that's true at all.
It is. I don't flatter people, and people who watch this channel long enough know that I don't flatter people. And one of the reasons I don't flatter people is because I want my compliments to actually mean something.
Andrew got chrismated, baptized, something?
Yes.
Yep.
Exorcised, chrismated, and baptized. The exorcism was the best part.
Beautiful. That's absolutely beautiful. Well, congratulations.
He renounced Satan. I heard him.
Yep.
I'm down a little bit of a rabbit hole with that Lord Enoch guy, the Ethiopian dude. I don't even know his real name yet. Do you guys ever run into? He did a conversation with Peugeot a few months back, probably longer. He's had a few conversations with Yarvin, which was really interesting. Yeah, it's fine.
Lord Enoch?
Yeah, on Twitter you'll find him under that. tag. He's
And Nagash?
that sounds right.
2000. Yeah, apparently he's talking to, on Twitter, I see him talking to, he's from California.
So with that rabbit hole has brought a new appreciation for, it brought me a new appreciation for a number of different things, including the Coptic tradition. I have the lens at which the Ethiopians look at everything is fascinating. But that guy's really interesting. I guess he's royal, like his lineage is part of the aristocracy, the like royalty out of Ethiopia, something like that.
Is he Jewish? Because I see Hebrew on his thing.
Well,
what he says he is, I guess.
Well, so this gets into like proto-Semitic conversations about like where languages have broken off from and traditions have come. So I don't even know how to really answer a question like that from his perspective. But it's
what does he claim to be?
I don't know that I could accurately represent his perspective. I'm sure that I would not do it anything close to justice yet. But what one of the reasons that I've sort of paid attention to him on my radar just a little bit for about a year now, but never given him serious time. When Peugeot and Roland, right, get deep into their universal history bit, and they went over Ethiopia, and then Peugeot has a longer, like a deeper relationship with Ethiopia, especially after the time that he spent in Africa. One of the things that he says is like, I don't think the story of Ethiopia is done yet, at all, and I think from his perspective, he sees something about Ethiopia that is an interjection to the larger conversation about all the rest of this larger picture. So Yarvin's conversation with him and the stuff that they get into kind of illustrates that picture a little bit better. I'm almost afraid to say anything specific about it because
why?
People miscategorize it.
Okay, so okay, I mean, let's not talk about this guy. What has, well, I have to say I agree with Pajot. I don't think God is done with Ethiopia in any sense, but I don't think God is done with any part of the world in any sense.
Oh, certainly.
And yeah, I was thinking about their claim to have the ark. I can guarantee you they don't actually have the ark, and I'll tell you why. Because if they did, if there was any doubt whatsoever, many private armies would have already, they don't have the capacity to defend it. So where they claim the ark is, like that, they have zero capacity. 20 armed men could take over. And I guarantee you, they already have been inside there without anybody knowing. And if there was anything worthy of taking, they would have taken it.
Yeah, I think that's a completely realistic perspective. And if I were to say anything that I don't know,
I think the Vatican might have the ark.
Well, I have no idea about anything about the ark or not. But what might be interesting to say about that is, and I just recently learned this about Ethiopia, is how high the elevation of some pieces of it are, like higher than Denver, right? Higher than major, like 14,000 feet. And there's a weird thing over time, like when the American military had to go into Afghanistan and deal with these mountains, right? You go, oh well, there's just these primitive people out in the mountains. They don't have any high technology and any real military. They don't stand a chance against the might of the American Western military. And they, we know how that story went. And so there's something interesting to be said about Ethiopia in the, you go and hide in the mountains, right? And it's hard to deal with the mountains even now, even with the kind of military and technology that we have today. That's still
I'm looking at an elevation map of Africa. Even I am surprised, and I was pretty. So here, let me pull this up. And so when you said it, I mean, I knew that it wasn't like so. This is an elevation map. Yeah. This is an elevation map of Africa. Here it is smaller, and you can see that's Ethiopia, right? And this is where all the snow that makes the Nile comes from.
Mm-hmm.
So,
that's where you hide stuff.
Well, it's not even that, just that. So, I mean, we believe that all, and this goes back into what the discussion was on Father Eric's stream. We believe that all physical realities are reflections of spiritual realities. And so there's a reason why Nepal is known as being a high place. And there's a reason why Ethiopia is the physical source of the Nile.
Yeah, we might talk about it as the, if not a reflection, an intersection, right, of the spiritual world, right? Separate talk, but before I forget, and maybe you guys actually talked about this, and you probably know more about it than I do, candidly. But one of the things I found beautiful about the bread used for communion, before I was chrismated into the church, right? So Jacob, to your point, there's a lot more bread than is needed. There's a whole bunch of leftover. And at multiple parishes that I visited, and certainly the one that I landed at, you'd have members of the church come, and they'd walk over to me, because I wouldn't go and stand in the line and ask for a blessing. I wasn't going to do it. So I would just hang out in the aisle or stand or whatever. But people would bring me bread, right? If they would go out of their way to make sure that I had some after the service. That's pretty common in these churches, in these parishes. So it's like, here's this inner piece, right? And I'm sure I'm probably just saying something and parroting Jonathan Peugeot from something, who knows? But here's the inner circle, right? Here's the body of Christ, and then here's the bread outside the body, right? And that this is all one body, even if there is an inner piece, right? I
hold on. Are you talking about the antidoron, or are you talking about the communion?
Yeah, so the antidoron is the outside, right? And then the middle is the lamb, or what's the...
I thought they sanctified entire loaves. At least that's what it appeared to be. It's the entire loaves.
But then the middle of it is what's like actually considered to be transformed into the body
No. So from at the church I saw, some loaves were made for Antidoron, and some loaves were made to be consecrated as the host.
All I can really speak to is the inner bits, right? And so they'll take the inner pieces, and that becomes the lamb versus the outside. If they, out of practicality, kind of separate the things, I could see that happening. But I'm only speaking to a symbolic sense of a single loaf as an example, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, if there's I obviously don't know that much about Eastern Orthodoxy, but if there is a tradition of using inside for host and outside for Antidoron, that's total news to me.
Yeah. That, so from I think that holds up. Don't listen to me really, but I think that holds up. And so yeah, but what I found beautiful about that, right, is this continuing pattern of like concentric circles. That's the same pattern that you see with the church itself. Here's this innermost, right, and then the outers, but the bread still shows us that we're all
apparently Byzantine Catholics do this, which I guess probably means that most of the Eastern Orthodox do this. That is not what the Coptics do.
No clue. I couldn't speak to that at all.
Okay.
But I found it lovely during my visits to different parishes, because it is like.
Now, do all the parishes? I mean, do Eastern Orthodox? I know in some places the wine is reserved only for the priests. I don't know what those places are.
No clue. So about all I know meaningfully about the wine is how it'll just be mixed together, right? And then you get the little spoon. It's all blood and bread. It's like, then you get fed it like baby birding.
Yeah, they didn't do that at the Coptic Church either.
Yeah. So that might be part of the. I can't speak to how far that goes either, obviously, but.
So I've seen in the canons or the catechism of the Catholic Church that they. Oh wow! I knew. See, you ask really good questions, and you get Father Stephen just showing up randomly.
Well, apparently I got to explain the bread. I got to explain Arabic church terms. I got to explain.
You bless us, sir.
So yeah, Abuna just means father.
I thought it was our Father. It's not.
No, it just means father.
I figured it was Hebrew, like in Hebrew.
Yeah, no.
And Aramaic
called me Abuna. Syed means master. So
yeah, I knew the term Syed from the descendants of Muhammad and Shia Islam. They're called Syed.
Yeah. So bishops in any Middle Eastern Orthodox church, Syed is the.
I think you guys should go back to Mavakir. I was trying very hard to figure out where bishop came from, and then I saw I saw some places it was talking about the bishop's visitations, and like It's like, oh, Mevaker. Yeah, I could see that. And later I found out about the Essene stuff. But
Okay.
I
Yeah.
did not know about the Mevaker.
Well, it seems clear that
Mevaker in Hebrew means person who visits.
yeah. But it seems pretty clear that based on what's going on in the Greek Old Testament, that episkopos is used for it's not ra like evil, but it's similar. It's not seer, it's the one for herdsman.
Yeah, with the olive.
Yeah. That they're using that Greek episkopos to translate that. Scopos is to watch.
As shepherd?
Right. To watch it. Someone who watches over, a herdsman. Someone who watches over.
Honestly, like when I saw visitations, I thought that made sense.
Yeah.
And then later I found out about the Damascus. It's the Damascus document that talks about Mevakers.
Yeah. I mean, there's
and
other
that
terms,
made a lot of sense.
but just the term episkopos seems to be derived from herdsman. That's why it gets translated into Latin as pastor, which means shepherd.
Right.
Yeah. So I'm trying to think.
Well, you have to tell us about the bread and the wine. So, are there places that do separately the bread and wine? Because I've read stuff about that.
Yeah. Well, so this can get tricky too, because there are some places that also have blessed wine with the antediron.
Okay.
So sometimes that wine is not the Eucharist that's being distributed out among the people.
I see.
So the tradition has always been, so for example, traditionally, and this will vary a lot depending on the size of the church, traditionally you use 5 loaves for the Eucharist, but not all 5 of those loaves are actually the Eucharist. Right? Usually one of those is used for the Eucharist, and it's cut in certain ways.
Okay.
And then the other ones are the ones that are cut up for antediron and blessed.
Before I forget, I just cleaned my room and it is here. I had this here just so I could say thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
And now I'm gonna have to bring it all the way to the conference to get it signed.
Oh, yeah. But yeah, and then some places, depending on your tradition, only do antediron. Some will also have extra wine that's distributed. Okay. Because originally everyone who was coming to church would bring bread, wine, water, right, oil, and the deacons would sort of take what they needed for the Eucharist and distribute the rest to the poor. I think that's what Andrew was talking about with giving it to a local charity. That's sort of the ancient tradition of it. Mm-hmm. So how the Eucharist actually gets administered, whether it gets administered separately or together, when you get into non-Chalcedonian churches, can get a little different. That's, okay. Originally, everyone received the body and blood separately.
Like
in all of the Eastern churches, clergy still do pretty much everywhere.
Okay.
At the altar, in most. You can never be totally 100%, but in the vast majority of Chalcedonian Orthodox churches, mainly for practical reasons, you don't want people taking it home. You don't want people, particles falling all over the place. You don't want, spilling. They moved to a form of intinction centuries ago. And intinction just means that the body is put into the chalice. either dipped in or in most Orthodox churches completely in, and then we use a gold spoon to administer it. But there are still places that do the older practice of doing it separately in various ways, with various ways of getting around the practical and logistical issues. So if you want to hear my wildest recent story.
Please.
So.
Wilder than you getting kicked out of Stonehenge?
Well, maybe. Maybe. So we take particles of the Eucharist and spillage incredibly seriously. Right? And so if that happens by any means, the priest has to consume it. So during Lent this year, at one of our pre-sanctified liturgies, a kid who I will not further identify than that received the Eucharist and then threw up, which I then consumed.
Oh wow!
And so one of my parishioners who joined the church recently, somebody said, "Wow, you really love the Orthodox Church. Are you thinking of becoming a priest?" He's like, "No, I don't want to eat kid puke." And that's all he said. Like, he didn't explain any further.
Really? You can't. I mean, I know there's like the places in the altar where you like kind of bury, you know, the washing offs and this stuff, right?
Yeah.
Because ultimately you have to wash.
Yeah.
So
it goes. You wash it. It goes into the ground.
Yeah.
So that's the wildest recent story, really, relating to that. But yeah, so there is a whole separate service for preparing the bread and the wine that takes place sort of before the liturgy takes place that the clergy do. Okay. Where based on how the bread that's being used for the Eucharist is cut, there's a pattern of commemorations of people. And you actually make what's called the paten, which kind of looks like a dish on a platform. You kind of turn that into an icon with God at the center, and then the ranks of the saints, and then below that, the people who you're commemorating, who you're remembering on that. So yeah, I think even if I were at a Coptic liturgy at this point, I would have to really look closely to see what all was going on with what, in terms of what bread was what and what wine was what, because I know the practice is different. Mm-hmm. Does your church, Andrew, have projector screens?
Projector screens? Yeah, kind of. We've got TVs on the sides.
Yeah. Coptic churches in the U.S. are kind of infamous for that.
Yeah.
Well, it has all the liturgy and somebody scrolling through as opposed to calling out page numbers.
Yeah. Well, we don't do either of those, so you're just sort of in for a penny, in for a pound. But
yeah. We have a couple of churches that are fully English, but most of them are a mix of Coptic and English and Arabic. We have, for our church, we have like an Arabic liturgy and then the English liturgy. But yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the Coptic Holy Week book I have is in 3 columns. It's like English column, Arabic column. Coptic column.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's how the screen. They have an app, and even like the priest, while he's like he had a tablet that he was.
Oh yeah.
The priest was reading off a tablet, and there was even a point where like there was a deacon with a tablet like in front of him as he was doing stuff. It was interesting.
I'm way too much of a Luddite for that.
So, okay, this is one of the things I say about the Rebbe, which for me was like one of the big things about the Rebbe. He only got involved in halachic disputes about Jewish law, like three major ones in his entire life. He usually would not get involved in disputes of Jewish law. He would be like, there are other people, that's not my job. He got involved 3 times, and one of those 3 times was back in the 1920s. There was a real dispute between the poskim. The poskim are those rabbis who make halachic decisions of Jewish law. They're the ones with the authority to bind and loose in heaven and earth. So there was a huge debate among the poskim about electricity, what form of electricity can be used on the Sabbath, what can't, on the Sabbath, high holidays, and there was a general consensus building that you can use microphones on the Sabbath for various reasons. And generally, so there was one rabbi, and I shouldn't call him a rabbi because he was never ordained, but he became the leading posek of the generation, literally by living in a almost a cell. You can visit his apartment and his room, right? And basically he spent his entire life in that room studying Torah. And he's known as the Chazon Ish because of the name of a book he wrote. And he had come pretty much down on allowing electricity in all sorts of ways on the Sabbath. And the Rebbe went and convinced him through everything that no, actually microphones should be banned. And because of the Chazon Ish, basically all 99.9% of Orthodox Jewish synagogues will not use microphones on the Sabbath. 100 years ago, a lot of people would say that's Luddite, and for over the past 100 years, there's definitely been lots of people who were against that decision, and Chezi still doesn't like that decision, apparently. And God will forgive him for that, I hope. Because for me, it was this has been the most obviously miraculous, spirit-filled decision. It has been a blessing on the Orthodox Jewish community in ways that I cannot even begin to explain. And it's one of those things, looking back at the life of the Rebbe, it seems very clear to me that his guidance was, in fact, he had Ruach HaKodesh. I can say that, and it's very controversial to say that. But he had Ruach HaKodesh. He had the Holy Spirit.
So yeah, I'm just a straight Luddite. I don't beyond that. I still get the newspaper, the local newspaper, but
Okay, yeah, okay, I'll allow it.
not the LA Times. No, my local newspaper.
Yeah, I was talking to my nephews today about my career in journalism, my short-lived career in journalism. I was the youngest editor at the Los Angeles Daily News when I was in college, and leaving that job, they offered me a full-time job, and deciding to go back to college let's put it this way, I'm a lot poorer than I would have been if I had taken that full-time job.
Yeah, getting your news from the local newspaper is so peaceful and relaxing compared to getting your news anywhere else. Like, people think the letters to the editor page gets heated, but it's all like elderly people, so they still have a sense of decorum. Right? Like, compared to Twitter or something, it's like night and day. Right? You know?
Yeah.
While I appreciate Mr. So-and-so's point, I must point out that, you know.
Well, letters to the editor, I mean, I have had a few published in the Los Angeles Times just because I know how to write a letter to the editor to get it published. And it has to be kind of like a tweet. No, seriously.
Maybe
like,
with the LA Times. I don't know.
Yeah, no, with the LA Times, yeah. No, with the LA Times, certainly not with the local newspaper. Local newspaper, I mean, if you send a letter to the editor, 99% of the time they will publish it.
Yeah.
If you want something published in the Los Angeles Times or the New York Times, I can give you pointers on how to do it. But one of the things is it should be short enough that they will not feel any necessity to edit it before they just publish it as is. Yeah.
Well, see, that's my strategy back in the day to get letters published in comic books. Not that comic books have letters pages anymore, but my first published work was actually in a rather famous issue of Batman, where he's holding a pink teddy bear on the cover.
My nephew, who is he just graduated. He's just graduating high school. He's going to be a music major. He works in the music industry. I was talking to him today. He did not know who Sammy Davis Jr. was.
Yeah, kids these days.
No idea. Andrew, please tell me you know who Sammy Davis Jr. was.
The son of Sammy Davis.
Oh no. Sammy Davis Jr. is one of the most famous Jewish entertainers of the 20th century.
He is one of the most famous. And I have to say, I did look into his conversion. Even though it wasn't Orthodox, he seems pretty sincere.
Yeah.
As opposed to a lot of the people who, especially in the Black community, who claim to be Jewish, like Whoopi Goldberg, who is in no sense Jewish whatsoever, yet she claims to be.
Yeah. Yeah, I had to, I mean, like, some of these guys I'm receiving into the church now, here at the parish, like, they hadn't seen They Live. They hadn't seen Demolition Man. It's like, what?
They Live is a classic. Like,
Yes.
legit.
I don't know if I've seen They Live. It sounds familiar,
It's
though.
amazing.
Starring
It's
Rowdy
amazing.
Roddy Piper.
The eyeglasses.
Yeah,
sunglasses.
John Carpenter movie. It
Yeah,
contains
yeah.
the greatest non-martial arts fight scene in the history of cinema.
Okay, I have to tell you, part of the reason maybe it came out in 1988,
Yeah.
and I came to the United States in 1985.
there
I
it
was
is.
not exactly fluent in English in
Yeah,
1988.
yeah. And you don't want to learn English from They Live. It's like learning it from the Police Academy movies. It wouldn't go well.
Well, I did learn English. So the two things that taught me English were The Price is Right. The Price is Right is perfect for immigrants. And that's why it's so popular with immigrants. And it's very popular with immigrants. Because they show you things and
And then
they
describe
describe them.
Yeah.
Right? And Three's Company. When John Ritter died, my mom cried and she stayed up 24 hours to watch the 24-hour John Ritter marathon. That was the first time I've seen my mom, like she couldn't go to sleep. She was so sad that he died. Especially, I mean, he was pretty young. He was like 55 or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that was in heavy rotation in LA back in the day. We're roughly the same age.
Yeah.
So
I'm 45. You're 45?
I'm 47.
With two PhDs and like 10 books, and you're not just a priest. You're a prestige class
I gave you the
archpriest.
golden arches. Yeah.
Yeah. And here I am, Just a nebuch.
But I'm just thinking of the stuff that was on the LA TV, right? You got
Yeah.
Tom Hatton in the Family Film Festival Saturday and Sunday afternoon. Got a couple episodes of The Munsters, a couple episodes of F Troop, a couple
The
episodes.
Munsters. I watch
Weekdays.
way too much TV.
Yeah. Three's Company, Bewitched.
Bewitched. I love
Yeah.
Bewitched. Yeah.
So you had to have those off channels.
Way too much. And you know, one of the things when I started becoming religious was now I have a TV just because my parents left it here when they moved out. But I for a good 20 years I had, like, when I was religiously observant, I did not have a TV screen. So this rabbi told a great sometimes rabbis, like, there are stand-up comedian rabbis. They literally are stand-up comedians. Yeah. And in the Orthodox community, like, these stand-up comedian rabbis are basically the entertainment, because any other type of entertainment is kind of considered out in the Haredi community.
Yeah.
So, like, he came in, and he's talking and he's saying, yeah, I went to the when I came visiting, there was a family, I won't say who invited me to sleep on their couch, and I went to their house, and I saw there's an Aron HaKodesh in their living room. An Aron HaKodesh is the Ark, right?
No.
And I was like, how can I sleep with an Aron HaKodesh in front of me? Like, I couldn't sleep the entire night. And then the next morning, they opened the Aron HaKodesh, and there was a television in there. And his whole speech was about how you shouldn't, like, treat the television. He's like you know, it's the centerpiece of your entire, like, as opposed to Torah, as opposed to, like,
Yeah.
Because there are families, and I have been to families where, in fact, in their living room they do have an Aron HaKodesh. Because the only two requirements for Jewish services, the only requirement for Jewish services is 10 people, and that's 10 adult males, and that's why, even though they shouldn't do this, you will find people having services on airplanes. Like, if you fly to Israel, in the back of the plane, there will always be services. And if you see a very, very religious guy who's just sitting down and refuses to join when they invite him, you can know he actually knows that you're not supposed to do that.
Yeah.
Like, the rabbis who know will not participate, but they're not going to say anything, because it's like, what, am I really going to tell these people not to do this, right? But you're not supposed to do that. But anyway, and then when there's a Torah reading service, you need a Torah. So some people, especially, there's a lot of home minions in any Eruv community, and some people end up. There are quite a few people, especially in Israel, who actually have an Aron HaKodesh in their thing with an actual Torah scroll. Now that Torah scrolls are a lot cheaper than they used. Well, relatively cheaper. They're still $10,000 to $20,000, but $10,000 to $20,000 is now something that people can afford, as opposed to, you know, 40,
100 to 200. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I think it's our generation of people just watch too much TV, because I had a professor who got his PhD from Oxford at Orthodox Seminary, who's kind of legendary for both his genius and his spirituality. Like, his spiritual father is now a saint, passed away and is now a saint. And one day I made a joke in class after turning something in. I said, I love it when a plan comes together. And he looked at me and said, Ah, yes, the A-Team. So, apparently, even he had watched his bad 80s television.
Well, back then, television also wasn't the sewer that it is now.
Well, yeah, it was just pap. Like, I've gone back and watched the A-Team. It's one of the greatest sitcoms of all time. But I mean, every episode is the same. You know, we have to help this person. We're going to build something. Okay, we built it. Now we're going to help the person. Bullets are going to fly everywhere, but no one's ever going to get shot.
Hey, I loved the. You know what was really sad? When, as an adult, I went back and watched my favorite thing as a child I was like in love with, the Thundercats.
Oh, yeah.
It's
Not only does it not hold
so
up,
bad.
the pilot's creepy.
But like the animation does not in any way like the length like I actually want you and Yosef to talk, because Yosef is actually a Talmud Chacham and he actually knows far more about Second Temple Judaism than I do. Although apparently for some reason Yosef doesn't know this thing he should know very well. You should not be praying while standing up on an airplane. I am pretty sure all of the poskim have said on a moving vehicle you should sit. At least the Haredi poskim have said you should sit to say the Amidah when you are, because of the turbulence. So I don't care if they have a prayer room. If Amidah, if on a moving vehicle, should be said sitting down with your belt buckles. So
Yeah, the first episode of Thundercats, I went back and watched the first episode of Thundercats not too long ago. And the creepy part that, of course, as a kid, right, is that, like, there's the whole story of the pilot is, oh, they're on this ship. The ship's taking them to this planet for salvation. But, oh, the guidance system breaks down. So even though this is a ship where everyone's going to get cryogenically frozen because it's going to be like a 100-year voyage, someone has to not get frozen, right, in order to get them to the planet they're going to fly the ship. Mm-hmm. And so, like, their elder of the Thundercats, like, it says, the rest of you are going to get frozen. I am going to do this. There's this dramatic scene where they show him aging over all these years as he keeps this lonely vigil piloting the ship. I'm like, this is actually, kind of epic, right? This is kind of interesting. Mm-hmm. And then they land on the planet, and you find out that something malfunctioned with Lion-O's, like, cryopod, because Lion-O was like a 10-year-old. Mm-hmm. And when they land, he's an adult. And, like, immediately when he comes out as, like, a kid in his adult body, like, Chitara starts hitting on him. And they try to establish her as a love interest. And I'm just like, yeah, what? So, yeah. You can't go back to Thundercats. You can't go back to Challenge of the Super Friends either. That's Challenge of the Super Friends made me wonder if I had something mentally wrong with me as a child when I went back and tried to watch it.
Yosef and Chezi are mad at me for the Bittul Torah. They're like, so yes, Yosef. Apparently, Yosef got lectured at because he was trying to stand to say the Amidah on a moving bus, and the rabbi was not amused. I have never seen a sitting minyan. That would actually be really interesting, like a sitting minyan. I've never seen anything like that. That would be like, I guess it makes sense that you could have a sitting minyan if everybody's like, yeah, you have a bunch of men and everybody's praying and you're all buckled in on an airplane. That I can't imagine, like, doing Chazarat HaShatz, doing Kedusha. Like, how do you do Kedusha while you're strapped in? Because, like, Kedusha, like, you take 3 steps forward, and Kadosh, although, I mean, we there's also Kedusha, you say sitting, but like, yeah, that's, I can't even imagine that. But Amida. So what's the Eastern Orthodox equivalent of the Amida, the Lord's Prayer?
Probably the Trisagion prayers, which includes the Lord's Prayer, which is built around the Lord's Prayer.
Because I noticed at Andrews, they seem to have a version of Nefilat Apayim. We have Yosef.
I will stay on for like 5 or 10 minutes. It's super late, but I wanted to say hi. Nice to meet you. Actually, I've never talked to Andrew or Michael or you, Father Dan, before, so I'll say hi to all of you.
Yosef is supposed to come on my channel a lot more, but he's also supposed to finish his damn dissertation.
Yeah.
It was due a year ago. Father Stephen is doing a second dissertation.
I'm sure he can tell you about when PhDs are due and how long they take and how their schedule.
I can empathize. You get dissertations, you get into the weeds at a certain point, and
Exactly.
you have to find your way back out.
I'm still finding it.
Yeah.
Yosef's dissertation is on is in robotics.
Yes.
And he's been on the Daf Yomi cycle for 10 years now.
10, 11, something, yeah, whatever we're up to.
And have you also done Talmud Yerushalmi or just Bavli?
I've not in a like systematic, like full way. I mean, I've learned here and there, but not.
Okay. So
I'm not at that level. No.
You're not at that level. He's only finished the Talmud. That's it. So Yosef knows a lot more than anything I do. So, yeah.
Yeah, but you're not having any of those Bible discussions right now. It's okay. Talk about airplanes and that's cool. Let's go. TV.
Well, what do you want to talk about from the Bible?
Gosh, I don't even know. Normally in the past, I've felt very. I've been tempted to jump in. You guys tend to talk very late at night for me, but on your conversations about Judges, that was the past 2 times I think you've talked about Judges that you've been on. So you probably are done with that for now, because there's no more to talk about. We clearly covered that whole book.
Yeah.
No, I don't know. Gosh, to come up with
Yosef actually knows his Nach, but Yosef, I remember you wanted me to talk to Father Stephen about the temples outside of Jerusalem and stuff. And
what was the context for that? I can't remember why that came up in your conversation before.
Well, Father Stephen was saying that it wasn't completely unthinkable.
There were sects
have,
that were doing that during the Second Temple period.
Yes.
In various ways, to various extents. Like Qumran didn't have a full-blown temple, but they had integrated some elements of temple worship into there.
Right. Though arguably, I mean, was it more than other synagogues were doing? I mean, it's not clear. There's certainly no sacrifice.
No, right. No sacrifices.
They were doing purifications. Everyone was doing purifications. Yeah. They were doing prayer, some sort of communal meals.
Yeah.
They were reading Torah, Haftorah, or whatever they call it. They didn't call it that, but But yeah, I mean, it's interesting actually because this came up recently. Well, someone was asking me recently about something related to this. Oh, about so Sam from Transfigured, our Unitarian, had been discussing. He was trying to use the veneration worship distinction in a lecture he'd given to the whatever Unitarian conference.
Yeah,
and then and I was saying it was okay. We can talk about this. So he was using mostly drawing from your distinction on it. And I was saying it. I don't know how much I buy it because to me it sounds very anachronistic. Because if you look at the Jewish text, whether kind of more like let's say mainstream rabbinic stuff or like Qumran, I don't see a lot of clear boundary distinctions between veneration versus worship in those texts.
Yeah.
the intention matters so much that, like, you can do one thing and it could look exactly the same as you're doing for another, for a pagan god versus another pagan god, and one of those is going to be like outright like considered avodah zarah or whatever, because like idolatry, because it's the way that God is worshipped by their worshippers. But if it's not the normal way that they're worshipped, I mean, it's still like a prohibition rabbinically, but doesn't fall under like let's say the Torah prohibition of idolatry. So how do you draw a veneration worship distinction there? If it's the same behavior, and even if it's the same intention of the person, but not the same like contextual,
Right.
intention.
Well, I think the difference from my Orthodox perspective is that with us, it's not the same action.
Right.
So for us, worship is sacrificial offering. So for us, practically, that's either the Eucharist or it's incense. So, I mean, I think the place where that would be paralleled in a Second Temple Jewish distinction would be what you do in the temple versus what you can do outside the temple.
No,
And we wouldn't say, oh, well, you could go venerate a pagan god and that's okay, but just don't worship it, right? We wouldn't say that either.
right. I mean, right. And then that might be kind of the same, like
Yeah.
rabbinic, like what we would call a rabbinic, like Torah distinction. You're kind of making at a different level. But
Yeah. And so for us, it's not with a pagan god, you don't venerate it, you don't worship it. But veneration just means giving something the respect it's due.
okay.
Right? So if you kiss a Torah scroll, right, or we kiss the gospel book, right, or a rabbi gets his hand kissed, I get my hand kissed, right, that would be an act of veneration for us.
Mm-hmm.
And we distinguish that you're not worshiping that person or that object, right?
Sure.
You're venerating it and showing it respect because of its connection to God, who is the one you worship.
So what do we do with things that are only allowed in the temple but are not sacrificial? There are a lot of things like that for us.
Yeah.
And
Well,
not all of them are only like rabbinic, whatever. I mean, you have obviously saying like the full explicit divine name, which is a like a decree,
right,
of the Hellenistic era, but still, like, is that veneration or worship to use God's full name? Like to use a full name of a deity as opposed to a euphemism. So we're not allowed to use the full name of idol either.
Right. For our distinction, well, that gets tricky too, because there is a tradition in Christianity of the nomina sacra that's been left behind a lot. Mm-hmm. Right. You still see it in Orthodox iconography,
mm-hmm.
Where names are sort of abbreviated rather than written out. Right. So that was a tradition that has mostly faded. So there is not. We're talking about the divine name, that gets especially tricky,
mm-hmm.
because starting with Saint Dionysius the Areopagite, the Orthodox Christian tradition has interpreted the divine name as a title rather than as a proper name. Even that name, right, is a title. And that means that it refers, in our terminology, it refers not to God's essence, but to his energies, to his activity in the world. Right. His activity toward us.
That's the Kabbalists would agree with you.
Right. Yeah. So because of that, the places where liturgically, there is not a place where we pronounce the divine name in Hebrew.
Mm-hmm.
There are places where we say a Greek translation of the title.
Okay.
Right. And so that's why I say it's tricky, because that's not the same thing, right? But it's not. It's
similar to how we would do the Tetragrammaton. It sounds like, right? We understand that it's basically right. A title pointing to the essence without saying the ineffable name, or and that's not really an ineffable name because it is pronounceable, but
Yeah.
two different
Yeah.
things.
Yeah. And so you will see, like in iconography, the Greek translation of it, which is oon, which is trying to, with a Greek participle, approximate. I think it's taken to be a hiphil, third masculine singular, and that's why I think it's translated that way in Greek.
Interesting.
Is that's what's going on there, but not the divine name proper. So it's tricky because I'm not sure if that constitutes saying the divine name in the context of worship or not.
The other one I would ask about is prayer. I think that's the really big one. I mean, I can point to other things. Full prostration would be one, but like, I think prayer is a good question, right? Is prayer okay? We don't pray to other people, right? You can only pray to God, and that's not one of those ones where like there are some things where the behaviors are not, as like with my example before, where there's things where like it could be the same behavior but there's a difference. But here, like, there are a set of core things that you're not allowed to do to any other being except for God.
Right. But I know in the Second Temple period, and my understanding was within Judaism, this went past the Second Temple period, that there were requests made to departed holy ones to pray to God for you.
So complicated.
It is complicated partially because Yosef and I come from
very different understandings of this.
Yes.
And that's fair. But at least in the Second Temple period, there's clear evidence that happened, and that's where Christianity got it. Right. So we understand that in Orthodox Christianity, at least, it gets really complicated if you get into Roman Catholicism, because they have this whole system of the treasury of merits and all this stuff that we don't have. We ask them to pray to God for us. It's explicit. So it's explicitly used.
Well, I'm going to be a little unfair to Yosef.
Yeah.
But out of the three major liturgies that are used, 2 out of the 3 are pretty adamant that this is something that has continued in Judaism, whereas 1 out of the 3, which is Yosef's, is much more tenuous, although I would argue has also continued it. But this became a major focus of debate around the advent of Hasidism.
As well as in the 9th century, but sure.
What writings do we have from the 9th century?
Theological.
Exactly, that's it.
No, we have a lot. We have many Gaonim. What are you talking about?
What Gaonim are brought lahalacha by Shulchan Aruch, and I'm sorry.
Yeah, other than Amram and Sadia, not too many, but they are quoted sometimes. That's not good.
Lahalacha.
Amram Gaon is how we have him at Beit Tefillah. You can't say that we don't use him lahalacha.
As I understand it, there's a reason why Sephardic and Hasidic, and frankly, you see, I'm sorry, but the Misnagdim pretty much have given up. And you can try to go back. You can try to go back 100 years, but you see neo-Hasidism, Baruch Hashem, is infiltrating even Yeshiva University. So just tap out already.
Nope. Let's go back to the Second Temple, though. So, from my understanding of the Second Temple evidence for death through the intercession of the dead, seems it's mostly post-state Second Temple, right? It's accounts from mostly early church accounts / there's like a couple archaeological inscriptions about the Maccabean martyrs, including
Well,
at least one Greek account, but they're not, as far as I know, there's no Jewish accounts of that.
I don't know of any Second Temple Jewish source that interprets Rachel weeping for her children as anything other than Rachel weeping for her children.
Correct. Yes.
To God. Right? And that's the intercession of a departed saint.
Well, it's interesting.
Right.
I don't know that we see prayers to her for that.
Well, and part of this gets it. So for us, part of this gets into the resurrection, right? In
Right.
that we ask living people to pray for us all the time.
Mm-hmm. Well,
Right.
we have a much less of an issue for a living person praying for us than dead.
Right. Well, for us, because Jesus said, God is the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. He's not the God of the dead, but of the living.
Mm-hmm.
That they're living, right? They're not actually dead.
So it's interesting.
Yeah.
Because actually, so there's a midrash that connects to that. That's not that's a pretty old one, but we quote it every year as part of the liturgy on the 9th of Av, of Jeremiah going to the graves of the patriarchs, and actually this is tied to Rachel too, right? So God's going to destroy the temple, and Jeremiah goes to Abraham and asks Abraham to pray. And God basically tells Abraham that he can't do anything about it, and he goes to Isaac, and Isaac can't do anything about it, and he goes to Jacob, can't do anything about it, and eventually he gets to, I can't remember if he goes to Leah, but he goes to Rachel at the end of it, and God says he'll still destroy the temple, but they'll come back because of not actually because of her tears, but because of her tears, he'll bring them back. So there are definitely midrashim. I mean, I don't know how exactly, we don't know how old that one is, obviously. But that definitely gets preserved somewhere, right? Like, and it's preserved enough that we cite, like, it's part of our liturgy, and we reincorporate it.
Yeah. And in the story where Jesus says that, he's saying it to the Sadducees to argue for the resurrection, the Pharisaic point of view. Yeah. Yeah.
So there's an interesting question, right? Because is that a statement of that their souls are eternal, or is that a statement of the resurrection and that they will rise again?
He says it prefaces it with "as to the resurrection."
Okay.
Because that's the point he's trying to press on the Sadducees. Because they came to him doubting the resurrection of the dead, and he argues the Pharisaic point. No,
it doesn't sound like a resurrection point. If you tell me that they're alive, they're still alive, it sounds more like an eternal soul point.
Right. But he says, as to the resurrection, right? Because they come to him with this levirate marriage question.
Yeah, no, I remember the question.
Yeah. One bride for 7 brothers. Yeah. Yeah.
So just to explain a little bit, the people who are involved in academics and academic explication of Judaism overwhelmingly come from the particular flavor of Orthodox Judaism that Yosef comes from, which
of the Orthodox academics, which are already a pretty small group.
Yes, but they're overwhelmingly of his flavor, which I have to say, generally in mainstream Orthodox Judaism, is a very small segment.
Only like 25-30%.
Are you?
Yeah, not 25 to 30%. Yosef.
Yeah.
And Yosef, as much as I love him, is one of the people who is not a huge fan. I won't out him. A huge fan of the idea that the Zohar is in fact original, and
it's original. It's original to something.
It's original to Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai. And there are certain things in the Zohar that even Litvish, even the Misnagdim, while they don't talk about it publicly, believe, like tzaddik is found in the worlds even more after his death than he is during his life, and these things exist. So like, I'm sorry that like it's the rationalists who are explaining Judaism, but they are, and I love them all despite their heretical nature. And no, it's not. Look, yes, we Elokad Rabbi Meir Anenan, like Tikkun Rachel, Tikkun Leah, like I'm sorry, like that's the when we start the Amidah with Avot, Elokei Abraham, Elokei Yitzchak, Elokei, right? In Genesis, when Yaakov says, "Hamalach hagoel osik michol ra," right?
Invoking, there's a difference between invoking a name to remind God of the previous thing versus praying for intercession. Those are very different.
Is it? Is it
Of
really?
course it is. Well, it depends on what you believe about what you're intercessing with, I guess. It depends on your concept of pluralism, like whatever, sure.
If you believe that the soul, and this is where it gets into, and frankly, I wanted to have this conversation with Father Stephen in private before I had it in public.
Well, we can wait.
Yeah.
We don't have to go there.
Look, when it comes down to Seder Hishtalshalut and the Neshama, and what exactly that means, and what it means to incarnate a neshama, and what the ushpizin are. Look, it's not like the Christians are that monarchical Trinitarians are farther away from what a majority of actual knowledgeable Jews understand than the Muslim monism. Muslim monism is also equally like the Muslims would also call a lot of these things Kabbalistic ideas which are prevalent. They would call them idolatrous, etc. And while it's a lot safer to talk about, oh, okay, the Muslims are fine, like the fact is, and I don't know if you listen to my disclaimer thing, but what bothers me is when we're talking to our Haredi Noahides, and we have Haredi Noahides, and they think that their kid, that their parents, that their family are absolutely like involved in idolatry, that lahalacha, we cannot, I don't believe that we can continue this polemic stance against all forms of the Trinity. And I think it is a polemic stance against all forms of the Trinity.
I like how you started that with so people, so you can explain so they all understand. I'm not sure how followable part of that was, but
no, I was explaining so Father Stephen understood where you were coming from.
So you're more willing to overlook Daniel Boyarin's earring? Is that what that means?
that is true. I didn't know he had an earring, but yes.
This is
He
a big
davens in
sticking point
Chabad.
for Jacob.
Yeah, he
Jacob
does
has a
have
real issue with it.
Well, okay, so Chabad and modern Orthodoxy are the non-insular forms of Judaism.
Orthodox
And
Judaism.
Of Orthodox Judaism. Well, of true Judaism.
Yep.
And so you're going to encounter either people from Chabad or people from modern Orthodoxy. You're not going to be talking to most Haredi people. Although that is changing. That is changing. Although I was very shocked recently to find out Chacham Hillel erased his entire YouTube channel.
See, you're telling too many people to go there.
He only had 3,000
know.
subscribers, but he erased his entire channel recently. Apparently recently, last time I went there.
Yeah, it is changing though, especially in Israel. By the way, there's a lot more kind of Haredi, and even parts of the British community getting involved in academics. That's been very interesting to kind of see where they're landing, what fields they're going to, interacting with them occasionally. It's a good thing, I think, actually.
Yeah.
Good to kind of, not that there probably wasn't reasons to be more insular, but for the most part, I think it's a good correct.
Well, I have to say, part of that has been the effect of the Rebbe, and like I have a biography of the Rebbe right over there, turning Judaism inside out. So yes, there's a reason why I think that if Mashiach had come during the Rebbe's lifetime, the Rebbe would have been Mashiach. Can you tell?
Mm-hmm.
The icons tip you off.
Yeah.
That is actually a form of Jewish art where you make a picture of someone out of one of his discourses. So it's you can't see it obviously, but it's actually the picture is it's made out of his one of his discourses.
That's cool.
Jacob, could I throw a couple of thoughts with a whole bunch of you that outclass me here?
Okay.
So I'm going to try to make this a cohesive statement, but please give me some grace, folks. What strikes me is trying to avoid idols, right? So what are we trying? Why, right? Because something has to be in the highest place where nothing else can be, right? And so the way that we behave towards the highest, which nothing else can sit beside that, right? There's certain practices and an amount of attention that has to go towards that highest thing, and nothing else can have that kind of attention. And there are certain things that you do that you can't do to other things to make sure that it stays in that high place, right? And so you have a sense on whether that's the case, because when things are put in the wrong place, you start observing that which is according to its kind, right? And trying to segue this into the conversation about souls, or Yosef, you said something really interesting, I thought, about the eternal sense of a soul. So it strikes me, there's this family that I know, and their father was pretty tortured, was an alcoholic, right? And when the name of that father is invoked, it brings a certain spirit within the family and within the conversation, or anyone who knew him, I knew him, of sorrow and dread and chaos and things, right, according to its kind. And it strikes me also that any soul, right, whether there's a fleshly body there or not, seems to continue to have a presence, right? And that, so it's almost like maybe you might say, in a sense, that a soul has an eternalness to it, which that eternalness can be in life or in death, perhaps. And again, to know whether that's in life or death is sort of observing according to its kind. What is this thing? Is this wheat or chaff? And when we think about intercession, about things that perhaps exist in proximity to the highest, right, in between us and the highest, that whatever that proximity or involvement could possibly be, if there's agency that is not in direct obedience to the highest, then it's not in the highest. It's rebellious because it wouldn't be in direct obedience. So that when you are asking for prayer to someone in the flesh, or even to the eternalness in the being that they might have, it has to exist in a way that is in direct obedience to the highest. Otherwise, you are ending up in some kind of idolatry. So I don't know. Hopefully those thoughts make some sort of sense. I digress.
I think so. It makes sense, but I also think it makes sense partially because what you are speaking of is the type of like Hasidic mysticism that Yosef is not a huge fan of.
Fair.
Well, I could come at it from another angle, right? St. John of Damascus, right, distinguishes between physical death and spiritual death. Right? He says physical death is when the soul is separated from the body. Spiritual death is when the soul is separated from God. And so the reverse of that is also true. Right? Physical life, biological life, is the soul enlivening and animating the body. Spiritual life is the soul being united to God and the soul being animated, right, by God. And so it's out of that concept that the language you get fairly late in the New Testament of the first and second resurrection gets interpreted. So the person who dies physically, if their soul was united to God in their life, their soul remains united to God even after their physical death. That is referred to as the first resurrection because they aren't dead, right? Their soul has been enlivened, right, by returning to God. And then the second resurrection is the physical, right? The bodily, when the soul is restored to the body and reanimates it. So that's a, I'm not going to say non-mystical, but, you know, slightly less.
Sounded straight out of Tanya to me.
Yeah. So super random question. I've had family members who've died kind of early in life. Is it still cool if I ask for their intercessions? Or
from my perspective?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And to pray for them. Right. Yeah. From my perspective, both of those are okay. So the way, and again, this is very different in Roman Catholicism, but sainthood in any of the Orthodox churches, including the Coptic Church, is sort of crowdsourced. It's not top down. There's not like a committee appointed that goes and like reviews it. It's that someone lives their life in a community somewhere, and the people in that community observe them and how they live their life, and the relationship and the life they shared with them. And when that person departs this life, they seek their intercessions, right? They continue to revere this person and what they said and what they did and how they lived in the midst of that community. And then it sort of goes organically from there. That's why you'll hear about somebody in the Orthodox Church being locally canonized. That means in one particular area, right? The bishop has become aware of this person and has said, "Yes, I endorse." Right, sort of your veneration of the memory of this person, and then it sort of spreads out from there, or it doesn't. There are some in the Orthodox Church. There are some saints who are of greater or lesser veneration in different places, just based on where they lived and who they were.
Father Stephen, do you think? So I mentioned the example of the family friend whose father was in this difficult place. So it strikes me that I knew him, right? There's a divine spark in him, right? And so there's a part of this man, as in us all, right? In Catholic. So whatever capacity there is to participate in intercession is also out of obedience, right? And it's like not by their power, right?
Right.
Yeah, it's power that's worked through them.
Yeah.
And that's that divine spark, so to say, that isn't theirs, right? But emanates from above.
Right. And that's why we frame it in we're asking them to pray for us. Right. We're not asking them to like cash in favors with God on our behalf or, do stuff on their own recognizance, right, through their own power or something. We're asking them to pray to God, and God's will is still what's going to happen.
It's a lot of grace.
Yeah. So, yeah. That's sort of built in there.
I'm gonna say goodnight. It's late. But it was nice to meet all of you.
Yeah, good to meet you.
guys again. I didn't really have an answer. I have one that's a little weird, and I was having trouble following it a little bit. But yeah, I mean, I'm coming from a place, as Jacob keeps saying, very different place on some of this stuff.
Yeah.
But I will say something that I have found. I'll show a moment of grace here to our host. That someplace where I found a lot of value in Hasidic thought is actually in therapy, especially around addictions and alcoholism. And there's some really great teachers who are doing some very accessible work, which is not super common, but even in English, kind of using some of the, I call it Hasidic psychology, combined with modern, whatever, other secular psychology and stuff, or showing parallels and stuff, as I'm doing so. There is definitely, even for me, I'm not quite as rationalist as he makes me out to be, but I do still find value in some of this. And there's a lot of, and yes, I mean, there's a lot of meaning in beauty in a lot of it too. As much as
the correct sarcastic response to being called a rationalist is to say, "Yeah, there I go thinking again."
Okay, now up next time. Well played. Okay. Well, one's about to die too, so.
Thank you for joining, Joseph.
This was fun. I'll try to do another maybe short pop in sometime.
And try to finish that dissertation so I can use
I
you
will.
Yosef, in a very real sense, is the rabbi of our little community here. And while I will call him a heretic on a regular basis, that's because he is the rabbi. And so, yeah.
Thanks for coming on, Yosef.
Okay, and congratulations, Jen.
Thanks.
Okay. See you. Have a good night, guys.
So I will point out the other thing that for me was, I think, an important part of why I am. So as somebody who I was not raised particularly religious, let's put it that way. I had to decide which flavor of Judaism I would end up with. And it wasn't naturally Chabad. In fact, Chabad, in many senses, it was very difficult for me to end up where I am. And part of the reason I did end up in the Hasidic camp is because you simply see the blessings of Hasidism, like when he mentioned regarding addiction and things like that. You know, it was very, very shocking to me to go back and look at my learning of Hasidism after I had had a lot of psychotherapy, and see how valuable the teachings of Hasidism have been in like truly, like it's like cognitive behavioral therapy and Judaism mixed at the exact time. Like Jung, actually, on his 80th birthday, he was interviewed, and one of the comments, an offhand comment he made, which I couldn't believe it. I went and I looked it up. I actually and I went to the Jung library here and I took pictures of it. And he said there was an 18th century rabbi who anticipated my entire psychology, the Maggid of Mizrich, who was the primary student of the Baal Shem Tov who founded Hasidism. And so, yeah, I mean, I do have to say I am a Hasidic partisan in this little corner. And I try not to dismiss, because one of the important parts of Orthodox Judaism is, in fact, the diversity that we allow, right? The four corners of the 4 cubits of halacha. You know, I mean seriously that I think that the version of Judaism that Father Stevens describes, I can't see how it gets kicked out of the synagogue. And that's not because I don't disagree with things that he describes. But getting kicked out of a synagogue is pretty damn hard to do. Which makes me wonder why Paul was getting lashed so much. Because obviously Jacob the Just wasn't being lashed in Jerusalem. So what exactly was Paul saying that was so different from James the Just?
I don't think it's what he was saying. I think it's what he was doing, honestly.
Okay.
I think he was jeopardizing the position of those Jewish communities by drawing off non-Jewish proselytes and making them Christians.
But why was he drawing them off? Like, I don't understand that. If it's not a Christianity, like, so how is that drawing off?
Yeah.
Why was he taking them away from the synagogues?
I don't think he actually was. I think he was perceived as doing it because he was allowing them sort of full access to the Eucharist and a kind of access in the Christian gathering that they couldn't have without actual conversion.
But we come to the accusation in Acts 21, and that's not the accusation in Acts 21. The accusation in Acts 21 is precisely what I think he was guilty of, which is that he was teaching Jews that they do not need to follow halacha. That is what he gets accused of in Acts 21.
Right. But the question then becomes, what particular part of that, right? Because obviously he wasn't encouraging them to commit murder. Right? He wasn't
the accusation And if I had Galatians in front of me, I would have kind of been like,
Yeah.
hey, Yaakov, can I show you this letter this man wrote? The accusation was that he was telling Jews not to circumcise their children.
I don't think that's the accusation.
We can pull up Acts 21.
We can. I don't think it ever says that. In fact,
I generally think you know Acts 21 a lot better than I do.
What starts the riot in Acts 21 is that they claim he brought Greeks into the temple.
Yeah, that's Luke.
That's Acts 21. It's the same document.
Okay, so I have a certain hermeneutic that I use, but okay. So we were on.
Right, but this starts to look like JEDP after a minute, right? Where any part of the chapter I quote, you say is crayon,
okay,
and any part you quote is.
I have to say, when I looked at the documentary hypothesis, from just I didn't care about the Christian Bible, and I didn't know anything about it.
Yeah.
When I looked at the documentary hypothesis, I'm like, what were you smoking, and what made you like? Why do you think this is a useful way of trying to figure anything out? And then I started reading the Gospels for myself, and I was like, oh, well, obviously you came up with it. So,
well,
but
Wellhausen was an interesting guy. We'll put it
the
that way.
actual, I mean, and when they heard it, they glorified the Lord and said unto him, thou seest, brother, how many thousands of Jews there are which believe, and they are all zealous of the law, and they are informed of thee, that thou teachest all the Jews who are among the Gentiles to forsake Moses, saying that they ought not to circumcise their children, neither to walk after the customs.
Right. To cease being Jews, yes.
Yes, which I have to say,
and the whole point there is that that's a false accusation.
Is it though?
And St. James says, and so to prove that this is false, you're going to go and you're going to make a sin offering at the temple, and you're going to do all of these offerings. And St. Paul says, right, here I go.
Well, and
do them.
And while I understand that you say this is Luther's interpretation, the fact is, to this day, and certainly I would be very surprised if 200 years ago I had walked into an Antiochian Orthodox church, and I had in Syria or anywhere else and the funny thing is the Antiochian Orthodox Church would have been the closest one to my family.
Yeah, actually, out of the Orthodox churches,
and well, I mean, I believe they're the ones that were active in where my family was active.
There's a church in the east out that way.
But, right. Like in Kurdistan, right? Yeah. If my family had, if anyone in my family who had actually accepted Jesus as the Jewish thing would have been told, okay, now you stop keeping kosher, and now you stop circumcising your kids, and now you stop saying your prayers 3 times a day, and you stop keeping the Sabbath on the 7th day, and you stop and you do all of the things which the Torah warns us against. I mean, that's the problem, and it's right there in Acts.
I know they wouldn't have said some of that. So, for example, the Orthodox Church has always still regarded the Sabbath as the Sabbath, and the Lord's Day is the Lord's Day. That's the name of the day of the week in Orthodox countries.
Okay,
and there are canons related to the Sabbath. right? Even like during Lent, we could only celebrate the liturgy during Lent on the Sabbath and the Lord's Day. Right. So that's part of the Orthodox tradition. I can also say I don't know, right? I'm not an expert on like the early 19th century Syrian church and their reception of Jewish converts, especially. I do have a friend who did his PhD in that, not particularly related to Jewish converts, but related to the church in that era, who I can ask, and I think I will next time I see him, if he knows anything about that. I don't imagine there were tons of Jewish converts during that period either in that area.
I wouldn't be surprised if there actually were.
I mean, I'm sure there's some.
I
But,
mean,
yeah.
The fact is that for a lot of Jews who did in fact convert, and there were Jewish converts all through the history of Christianity.
Yeah.
Their conversion always meant stopping being Jews. And that is the proof. I mean, it is Gamliel's proof in Acts 5. This is how Rabbi Skobach can say Gamliel in Acts 5 sounds, and to me it sounded like, there you go, he's right.
But so there's sort of two separate issues there, right? And one of them is related to, and Orthodox Judaism is still this way, right? And I think, frankly, Orthodox Christianity is still this way, is that, yes, in the sense that by that point, early 19th century, in a predominantly Muslim country, you have Christian minority communities, and you have Jewish minority communities. Mm. And if you converted from Judaism to Christianity, you wouldn't continue to be part of that Jewish minority community and just go visit the Christian one on Sunday. You would become a part of that Christian minority community.
But doesn't that so what happened with Jews for Judaism, Jews for Jesus, which created the Noahide movement. The Noahide movement was created by the Baptists. God bless them. Was they said a very intelligent and simple thing. When we go and evangelize to people in South America, we use their language and their liturgy, and we integrate that. And this is very much the Eastern Orthodox idea of like,
language-wise,
language-wise, and I mean, you take
other cultural elements,
you take the cultural elements that are worthy, and you right.
Yeah.
So they said, why don't we do that with the Jews? And they did. And the result was amazing. They created many Orthodox Jews and a whole movement of Haredi Gentiles. Because, and I have to say, this is the working of the Holy Spirit, when you keep the mitzvot, and when you have and you learn Hebrew, and you study Torah in Hebrew, and you actually keep the mitzvot, that's when you realize how wrong Christianity is.
So this is a sticking point in our conversations, I know. But part of the sticking point is I'm trying to come at this from a practical perspective. Mm. And I don't think what you're presenting as what should have happened is possible on a practical level.
Why?
Because I don't believe the Jewish life can be lived as an individual all by yourself. Without a Jewish community.
This is true. My question is, why were the Christians thrown out of the Jewish community?
Well, but before we go there, right? So the hypothetical Orthodox Jewish person who shows up at my parish and wants to join,
right?
I'm not going to tell him, oh, you can't do any of that stuff, right? But how is he going to practice that way of life and be truly part of a community that's practicing a way of life that is different in certain ways? either he's going to have to remain part of the local Jewish community and be a heretic, but still, right, try and interact with them at some
So
level,
this
and
is a
be part
question.
of my church.
Father Stephen, this is a question I've been asking myself ever since we started talking.
Yeah.
Which is, if I were as an Orthodox Jew, living an Orthodox Jewish life, if your church was within the Eruv, like Andrew's church amazingly is, what's in Judaism prevents me from actually participating, being as Christian, being as involved, while still being a Jew? That's a real question I have.
Right. From my perspective, there would be nothing about Judaism except maybe, right, you would celebrate the Passover with us instead of with the local non-Christian Jewish community.
Well,
right.
I have to say the calendar being a sticking point, and you noticed in my disclaimer, the calendar being, I think Nicaea is where Christians turned their back on God.
Well, we can get into that. We can get into that more too. But see, with this issue, there's not anything on the personal level, right, on the level of attack, other than those places where obviously you're going to be doing something with one community or the other. If you're going to be part of our community, then you would be doing it with our community. Right? But other than that, right?
I mean, if you're doing the same things, there's nothing Orthodox Judaism, and I've been trying to ignore Scholar of Nihilism because he's a kind of a troll. But one of the funniest things I have found out is that Christians don't believe the Messiah has come. We're talking different languages. Like, if you're telling me that Jesus is the Messiah, as in he has come, that there is no second coming, right? That is a completely different thing than telling me
that's not Christianity.
That's preterism.
Yeah.
And too many Christians, and apparently Scholar of Nihilism is one of them, don't know that.
Yeah. Preterism is a weird minority position among Presbyterians, basically.
Well, it's been growing apparently.
Yeah. Well, they like to think it is. But there would be some things, right? So for example, you wouldn't have to there wouldn't be like an eat bacon test, right, to come and join my parish, right? But at the same time, we're all Gentiles. We don't keep kosher in the church kitchen.
Okay.
Right. So if you were joining our communal meals, right, that might occasionally, right? I mean, you could be picky about what you eat and things. I mean, we could probably work around it, but there would be tensions on certain things like that.
Okay,
so but not horribly
averse. Fellowship. Yeah, look, the table fellowship thing.
Yeah.
With Peter and what exactly was going on there, and actually with Daniel, and all of this has made me need to actually investigate what I think is the silly idea that the dating of Daniel matters 2 bits. Honestly, but. This sounds really, really minor as opposed to the actual, and there's almost an absurdity to how you're describing history, because it seems like all it would have, if all it would have taken was for the Jews to be like, you know what, I'll do the cooking. And honestly, I have to say, when somebody asked me about Daniel and Bishalakum and the Gezerot of Daniel, which prevent full table fellowship. And now I'm talking way beyond what anybody other than you probably understands. But the Gezerot when somebody asked me about those gezerot, somebody who understood them, he said, why, what makes, like, he was trying to understand them. And I said, to me, it sounds like, from a spiritual point of view, that precisely the one line of Jesus that I quote the most, which is, don't be like the leaders of the Gentiles, who lord it over them. Not, amongst you, the leaders shall be the servants of all.
Yeah.
Right? And I have to say, like, this has also been one of the things, because I've noticed, like, because of the different orientation of Christianity from Judaism, understanding what servant of all means is also something that I think Christians have severely misunderstood, even in their valiant attempts at it. But, like, all Bishul Akum means for table fellowship, and these very stringent laws, which really for table fellowship, like, if I was trying to keep kosher, like, I've considered, okay, so when I come to the conference for Friday night, am I going to try to do a full kiddush, right? And in order for me to make that happen, it means that that we as Jews have to prepare the meal. And that just seems spiritually correct to me. Because as the priests, yeah, we have to prepare the meals, like where our discussion started, right?
Right. And this is part of why, in response to you on this, I've said I think the ultimate answer would be the restoration of Jewish Christian communities, which existed originally, and then mostly due to the Romans, didn't anymore.
Is it due to the Romans?
Yes. The Romans are why the Patriarchate of Jerusalem lost all its Jewish people. They couldn't come into the city, let alone be the bishop.
Okay.
I mean, you know,
if that is sincerely the problem, I mean, this has been part of the project of my channel. Is, so did I tell you about the Sanhedrin decision in Israel?
a recent one.
Yes. But so there was an attempt to revive the Sanhedrin, which utterly failed. But during its short tenure, it set up a rabbinic court, and it was a legitimate and widely respected rabbinic court, and which was issuing halachic decisions for Noahides. And the one strange one that they issued, and it was a very interesting one, was they were asked if a Noahide who believed that Jesus will be the Messiah can be a Noahide. And the decision they issued was regarding someone who believes Oto Ha'ish, that man, will be the Messiah, or even is the Messiah. It might have been is the Messiah. They could not see a reason to deny them, but out of an abundance of caution, they had decided as a prudential decision not to accept such a Noahide. And honestly, I mean, I certainly don't know halacha better than that Beit Din, that rabbinic court which made that decision. And it seems to me that when it comes down to it, the only reason the Noahide movement is so anti-Christian, and it is very anti-Christian, very, very polemically anti-Christian, is all the bitter ex-Christians who are Noahides.
Yeah.
Like, it's not the rabbinic guidance. Like, there are a lot of and the rabbis, even though they've been toning them down, like, we're not used to telling people to tone down the anti-Christianity.
Yeah.
Just, it's not a thing rabbis have had to worry about for the past 2,000 years.
Yeah. Yeah. But I think that's I think this is part of the key element to reading St. Paul. Like, his epistle to the Romans is because Claudius expelled the Jews from Rome. And he didn't distinguish the Jewish Christians from the non-Christian Jew. He just, everybody Jewish is out.
Mm-hmm.
And they were out of the city for 2 years. Meanwhile, the Gentile Christians are chugging along. And then the Jewish Christians are readmitted, and St. Paul's trying to reconcile the Jewish Christians and the Gentile Christians. And that's why all through Romans, he's going back and forth, saying to the Gentile Christians, hey, you don't support the root supports you. Right?
So,
and saying to the Jewish Christians, these people have now been grafted into, right, the tree of Abraham's faith. And
Dominic Vanderklay has been going through Romans, which has been really interesting.
yeah.
And I've been trying to think about your reading of Romans, although at some point you're going to have to, like, actually, go through and explain Romans, because there's a lot of people who are waiting to hear, including me, your response and repost to Dominic Vanderklay.
It's completely, I mean, it's not that, like, I'm reading things slightly differently. Like, it is completely different.
The one line that has struck me, the one line that has struck me, though, is he says that Israel has denied Jesus. He sees, he had, like, I'm thinking Romans 10.
Okay.
Where
so this is going to be a big, this is going to be one of the, the whole thing is completely different. I think in Romans 10, St. Paul is speaking historically. I think he's primarily talking about the northern tribes in Romans 10 and 11.
Whoa.
So I told you it's completely different.
That is a very different reading.
So, and who agrees with me on that is not some modern Paul within Judaism person. It's St. Cyril of Alexandria.
Who's St. Cyril of Alexandria?
Andrew's
Buddy.
new favorite thing.
St. Cyril of Alexandria is just about the most systematic theologian you can get. He is one of the last great saints before the schism. If you want a saint that is all out there, you've got him.
And one of the fathers who is the most involved with the Jewish community in Alexandria.
Alexandria, of course.
Yeah. And
what year was he?
In the early 5th century.
Okay.
And one of my good friends, Father Joseph Lucas, did his dissertation on St. Cyril's exegesis and his interaction with. You find things like in his commentary on Isaiah, where I'm like, nobody in the 5th century remembered this from, like, Second Temple Judaism except St. Cyril. And I think it was not so much he remembered it as he was interacting with the local Jewish community in Alexandria and getting it from them. But that's how he said Romans 10:11 is St. Paul speaking historically.
That is like I've been trying to read what you're saying. Like, I'm gonna have to. You're going to have to preach through Romans. Yeah.
Well, there is on the internet, you can't. I mean, it's hours and hours and hours. I don't know if you want to sit through all that.
Yeah, nobody listens to hours and hours and
Yeah.
hours of Father Stephen DeYoung.
Well-
it's like
Well,
not
no,
the most popular thing in all of Eastern Orthodoxy.
you have another option though, in that I'm finishing up the manuscript for my big book on St. Paul, and I can, once I've got it kind of finalized, I can just send you the chapter on Romans, and you can kind of go through that, which might be a more sort of
just to proselytize
direct way.
Father Stephen here a little bit. So Jacob, yeah, like what it's not even just the entire New Testament, right, Father Stephen? You've got most of the Old Testament covered too. Like,
Yeah, most of my Old Testament stuff isn't worth listening to because it's from
Really?
like years and years ago before I
Gotcha.
knew anything. But I've looped back around. Like in real time now, we're going through Genesis.
So Jacob,
Hopefully with Rashi.
there's podcast pieces, right? You can just like find the Romans bit, but
Yeah.
Father Stephen has been going through is for what, 6 years going through New Testament? Is that right? Something like that.
Yeah, well, on my pass, I started with Genesis 1:1, and I went through verse by verse the end of Revelation. It took me 12 years.
Yeah.
Not all of that got recorded. Now I've looped around, and I'm going to complete the.
Have you heard Rabbi Skobach's commentary on the New Testament? Rabbi Skobach has gone through it's been for the past like 3 or 4 years. He's been going one chapter a week through the New Testament.
YouTube?
It is on YouTube.
I haven't seen that, but I think I may have seen a lecture he gave talking about Paul.
He gives a lot of lecture, and
Yeah.
he might actually be one of the best people for you to speak with. But he's very close with James Tabor. Like, he's friends with James Tabor, and they recently finished Revelation, and they're going back to the Gospels that they skipped. I think.
Okay.
Yeah, I think they may be going back. So they did like Matthew and then skipped the Gospels, and because to go through the epistles, and now they're going back, I think, to John.
Okay.
Yeah, but his commentary on Hebrews is like, I've sent so many Christians there because.
Does he like it more than you or less than you?
I think he's the one I got Theological crime scene from.
Okay.
Yeah, I think he's the one who first called it a theological crime scene.
I actually referenced you on that on the YouTubes a couple weeks ago.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. Because somehow we got into the weeds on a stream I was on of penal substitutionary atonement, and somebody threw the verse out from Hebrews, without the shedding of blood there is no remission of sins, right? Just out of context. And I said, well, so there's a problem here, because if you go back and read about the sin offerings in Leviticus, some of them were wheat cakes. No blood shed, right? And I said, I have a friend who says that Hebrews is a theological crime scene. I said, you can go that route and just say Hebrews doesn't know anything about the Old Testament, or, right? For me, that's less of an option, right? We can say, oh, what's he actually trying to say? Because clearly he doesn't mean that. because we
Well-
can go and look at the Old Testament, right? And so anyway, what I got into there was about how what Hebrews is talking about there is actually the Day of Atonement, not like sin offerings. And it's talking about blood being used for purification from, right? It's the use of the blood, not saying, oh, you got to kill something or your sins can't be forgiven. Right?
So I have to say
Oh, okay.
one thing that I've noticed is if you take a lot of stuff from the Christian Bible and you tweak it, it can almost sound Jewish. The thing is, and I mean, it goes back to the thing with the Pshita. Like before I took a look at the Pshita, I always wondered why is it that people say, like, why isn't Pshita primacy even a consideration, right? How do you know that it's the Aramaic translation of the New Testament as opposed to the Greek, the original Aramaic of the New Testament?
Right.
Until I took a look at the Peshita.
Yeah.
And it was like,
yeah, exactly.
and you know, at the first time, when I looked at it, I was like, I got very, very mad because I thought, oh my God, these people are deliberately mistranslating things in order to maintain the theological thrust. Like, where it translates son of man, bare din danasha.
Yeah.
Right? Like, bare din danasha? Really? You had to go there, right? And I got very mad, and then I thought, you know what? Okay, I don't think they were deliberately trying to mislead people. They thought Jesus originally spoke in Greek. And when you translate the Greek to Aramaic, then you don't want people to think the Jews are right.
Well, you come with presuppositions. Right? And if you read a translation of St. Paul's epistles made by Calvinists, it's not like they're being devious and like, oh, hey, I'm going to work my Calvinism in here, right? Like, that's just how they read it because they're Calvinists, you know?
Okay.
You know? And so that's how they translate it, and they're not aware they're doing it. They would say, oh, no, this is totally unbiased. I'm just, you know, translating the Greek. You know?
Okay, I'm gonna have to bring up my pinned tweet. Net Bible supposedly in-depth explanation.
I saw that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what was your issue? Your issue was that they didn't say how common that mistake was?
Yes.
Yeah.
They're lying by omission. This is supposed to be a complete and they have to, because that's the only way you can possibly justify pierced. I'm sorry, like
Or the Greek reading. They're trying to figure out what happened with the Greek reading. How did this Greek end up there?
And they didn't and they don't know what every single person knows, which is a yud and a hey, a yud and a vav. Come on. I went and I looked at the fragment of the Dead Sea Scrolls they were looking at, and it's like it's not even clearly a vav.
Yeah.
Like sometimes you write a vav and you can tell this person was trying to write a vav. It's like it's even debatable if the scribe was trying to write a vav. They were trying to see a vav there.
Right. But here's how academic footnotes work. Some guy who's considered prestigious in the field published a journal article arguing that Dead Sea Scroll right, said a certain thing. And so they feel, oh, well, we have to take so-and-so's view into account in the footnote or else, right? You know, then they're gonna
Well,
there's a lot of academic game playing in footnotes.
Charlie bought this NET Bible on your recommendation.
Yeah.
And
the notes in
and
general
he
are
showed
good.
me
I'm not
it's
saying they're perfect.
huge.
Yeah.
And like huge notes, and you couldn't include the simple thing every single person should know, that a yud and a vav look
Oh, yeah.
exactly the same, pretty much.
Yeah. Well, yeah, there's, I mean, several of those, a lot of those between the Hebrew and the Greek are easy to figure out. Like one of them in Jonah, when he's on the boat and they ask him who he is,
Yeah.
you know, and in the Masoretic text, he says, I'm a Hebrew.
Right.
Right. And in the Greek, it says, I am a servant of the Lord. Right. And you're like, what? But they mistook Hebrew for Eved and an abbreviation of the divine name.
Oh, that's
Right.
wow. Oh, so you know what?
You know.
So in the Greek Bible study, we've been doing Psalm 22,
Yeah.
and I saw the translation of Shagati, my transgression, and I
Yeah.
was like, oh, they thought Shagagati. They must have thought Shogeg.
Yeah. Yeah. You could figure it out in a lot of cases. You know, it looks weird at first, but if you start thinking, like, okay, how would you say that in Hebrew? Like,
So
yeah,
Trey,
Dalit, bait, you know, yeah.
Trey is a new friend of mine. He lives in Los Angeles, and he's former witness at JW, and this is very important because this may be the one most fought over, which I don't understand. Like, the Christians should just give it up. Just give it up.
I say, right, well, my approach to all these things is just the richness of the text. Like, yes, this is what the Hebrew says, and this is what the Greek says. And we come up with theories as to why the Greek says that. And okay, this enriches our understanding of.
And frankly, you know, I could even understand somebody deliberately changing ka'ari to ka'aru and saying al tikri ka'ari ala ka'aru, right?
Yeah.
I could understand it as a midrash. It could be a very simple midrash, but anybody who understands it as a midrash knows that you can't. That doesn't. Ein hamikra yotze mishpushto, right? You can't, because you make a drash doesn't mean suddenly it doesn't mean what it always meant.
Yeah.
And so, especially in I could imagine somebody deliberately writing ka'aru in at Qumran as a midrash.
Yeah. Oh yeah, things like that happen all the time.
Yeah.
That's how the Kama Johannium ended up in 1 John. Somebody wrote it in there as a note, and the note ended up being part of the text, the Latin text after a while. But yeah, and to me, all those arguments are dumb. I say all the time to Christians, stop arguing about Alma and Parthenos. Stop arguing. Like, it's irrelevant if you actually understand what the Bible's doing, right? If you understand how St. Matthew is quoting and interpreting these things, it's irrelevant.
Okay, so
right?
on Friday, Dominique Vanderclay had Dr. John on for his Q&A. And Dr. John, very smart guy, and in a sense, he was like confessing and like saying how he feels like a sort of betrayal that he's in a church where he thinks that Daniel was written
in the 5th century BC, and other people think it's the 2nd century. Yeah.
No, he thinks it's the 2nd century, and everybody else, and he like, and honestly, like, I was like, oh my God, how is this an important thing in your spiritual life?
Yeah.
Like, how is this even a thing?
Yeah. Although I do have to say, I like to troll 2nd century Daniel people, especially if they're Protestants.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, you realize that means Greek Daniel could be the original.
Oh, because there's okay.
If it was in the 2nd century, because that's when Greek Daniel was put together.
So the thing to me is, what is your problem with it was written down a lot later and like
Yeah.
the ideas and even miscommunicated? Like, I kind of joke, and I don't really, that when I read MMT, 4Q MMT, I was Dr. Jim. I'm sorry, Dr. Jim. I misnamed Dr. Jim. 4Q, like my hand, like I was like aghast. I literally was sitting there. I'm like, my mouth is open, right? Because I had always assumed that the Mishnah, when it talks about the Sadducees and the heretics, the Minim and the right, and it talks about them caring so much about like the calendar and things like Mishnaic stuff, right? The Halachic character. I always thought, okay, this is rabbis trying to reconstruct what happened hundreds of years before them. And this is something we are perfectly fine with. Like, if you can't study Talmud and be that type of literalist, and it's one of the big issues I have with the Protestantization of Orthodox Judaism.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which is happening, unfortunately, but as a reaction to reform and conservative. But like I was like, oh my God, they weren't just anachronistic. But what if they were? Like, is that supposed to suddenly make the Mishnah not have its value to me?
Yeah. Well, there's a whole ton of those, especially the Old Testament, like shibboleths that like ended up coming into being. And it's historically how it happened is the 18th and 19th century Germans. No one would defend them anyway, but right, when they changed the definition of history from what it had always been, because they wanted to make history a Wissenschaft. They wanted to make it a science. Right? And so they took this positivist scientific approach to history. And so that meant they treated the Old Testament as, oh, well, this is some data from the ancient world about what happened. Right? But we can sort of sift through it, look for archaeological evidence, look for this other evidence, and then we're going to determine what, quote unquote, really happened.
You mean like when I'm trying to read the Gospels and seeing through the crayon? Yeah.
And so they were especially deconstructing the Old Testament, right? So if you go to the Society for Biblical Literature today, everyone will tell you Joshua is monarchical propaganda from a much later era. And what really happened is that a small group of escaped slaves from Egypt radicalized the peasants in Canaan to rise up in a revolution and overthrow their Canaanite overlords and seize the means of production. Okay. That's the going theory.
Okay.
Right? Amongst scholars.
Let's say that is what happened.
Well, no. But so in response to this started the fundamentalist modernist controversy in the US primarily. Because the professors at seminaries, Protestant seminaries in the US were getting trained in Germany.
Okay.
By these guys. And so coming with these views. And so rather than responding in the way you or I would, by saying, no, we need to maintain an older understanding of history, of tradition, of these things, they said, no, we're going to accept your principles. We're going to accept this positivist view of history. We're just going to try and use it to come to the opposite results.
That is exactly what's happening in Orthodox Judaism, and it's distressing.
and we're going to go and we're going to affirm that everything exactly the way it says, right? And so,
As if Moses was wearing a GoPro.
right, yes, and he wrote every word of the Torah, including the stuff about him dying and them not finding the body and everything, and so you get all of these shibboleths, right? So you get one of the things the German said was, well, look, predictive prophecy doesn't exist, so Daniel can't possibly have prophesied all this stuff about Alexander the Great and the Seleucids and all this. Therefore, this had to be written after it happened. Right. And so then, in response, the fundamentalists who stopped liking being called that, they originally called themselves that, but the evangelicals said, no. Daniel himself wrote every word of it in the 5th century, BC, and we're going to prove that. Textually and in these other ways. And so asking that question, when do you think it was written? That was the clue as to whether you were on the evangelical side or the liberal side.
Right.
I was at a CRC ordination exam where they asked the guy getting ordained, was Jonah actually swallowed by a fish? And if he had said no, he wouldn't have gotten ordained by that group.
Yeah.
They were looking for him to affirm, no, this is a historical event. He was swallowed by a large fish, and all of this happened exactly the way, And so that's how that happened. And I'm sad that that's now happening in Judaism too.
It is, and I have to say,
Protestantism.
I have to say, too many people, and this is part of my fight actually with the modern Orthodox is, and sometimes with Chazi and Yosef, is that I do think they buy into that modernity and enlightenment view of what Torah means. And as much as I've tried to find different ways, I guess the only way that I've really been going hard at it is Genesis 1:2 and water.
Yeah.
If you believe that there was physical water in Genesis 1:2, that is clearly heretical in Judaism. Clearly heretical. If you believe that it was water like this, there is no question. And I said this, and a rabbi I respect, although not one of the greatest rabbis in the world, but a rabbi I respect and who certainly knows more than me in many, many aspects, was actually listening. And he's like, hold up here, what are you saying? And I was like, Rabbi, please go check. Yeah. This is clearly heretical in Judaism. And the fact that he didn't know that, and so he's a second grade Rebbe. And I am not kidding when I say that being a rabbi for second grade in many ways is the highest rabbinic position you can have. Because that is when people are like, you better be the most pious, gentle, nicest person I can find, right? You better exude holiness if you're teaching my kid at second grade, right? Much more so than the rabbi who, as far as I know, is still one of the biggest rabbis in Kashrut. And when I found out about this, I blew a gasket. He divorced his wife of 20 years to marry his secretary. Who was young enough to be his daughter. And he's still one of the top rabbis in kosher administration.
No.
And
so you're not to go with us. You're deposed instantly. You do that. Really?
Good.
So, yeah.
Andrew did in fact die today. Apparently,
Yes.
Symbolically,
and rose again. Yeah.
Yes,
That's what they say.
symbolically, he drowned today. So.
Oh, I
yes.
did want to say, Jacob,
Yes.
a point of inconsistency in your argumentation a couple streams ago.
Mhm.
When you were talking about the Protestant Old Testament canon being the Hebrew canon,
Mhm.
and you suggested that you thought that was because they recognized something about the authority of the rabbis to determine the scriptures.
They may not have done it explicitly, but I think they.
So, well, it seemed to me like you were hypothesizing that Martin Luther was sitting there one day,
No.
and he said there's these two traditions about
No.
what the Old Testament is in the West. I think the rabbis probably have it right. I don't know that that's where Luther.
No. But I think that when they decided the King to translate the King James version, and they decided to use the Rabbinic Bible, I think at least there was some consideration. I mean, I don't know if this is factually true, but I certainly know it's spiritually true that the fact that the New Testament, that the Old Testament is now synonymous with the 24 books of the Jewish Bible. Look, I believe Christianity exists to spread Judaism around the world, and I believe it does a great job at it. And I believe that job is almost done.
Yeah, it's almost like the God of Israel is worshipped all over the world now instead of those pagan idols.
Hey,
Like the New Covenant started. Anyway.
No, not New Covenant. The New Covenant was, we wouldn't be discussing this stuff. That was the New Covenant.
I think
That everyone from the least to the greatest will already know.
When Sam Harris talks about the God he doesn't believe in, it sounds to me like a caricature of the God of Abraham.
I am very glad, and I have to say, you don't think the same thing of Islam.
No, I would say in the sense that, right, they are wrongly. Now, this part of this is, I honestly think Islam started out as a heretical Christian sect. So
I do too.
That's how I see them. So, right. So they're still, right, as opposed to the paganism, the worship of demons, which dominated the entire globe outside the Levant. Right? That's now you've got the God of Israel be worshipped, albeit wrongly, all over the world.
Hallelujah. Yes. God of Israel is in fact being worshipped wrongly all over the world by Christians and Muslims. I completely agree.
Demons, right? They're the worshiping demons, right?
Hey, Maimonides, I don't have to say this. Maimonides said this clearly, and then the Christians censored it.
Yeah, I wouldn't have. And it's also interesting to me that they censored it because that language is all over. I sent some of it to you, I know, during Lent and Holy Week this year. You know, where the donkey that Christ is riding as he goes into the, sits on the bull has to represent the wildness of the Gentiles who are being brought under the yoke of, right? Like that language is all over in our liturgics. So I don't know why Maimonides using the same language, other than that he was Jewish, so.
Well, yeah. I mean, there are still Christians who get very upset when I read that part of Maimonides, which I do quite regularly, because frankly, I think it was prophetic.
Yeah. If you want to see people get mad, I at one point in my Bible study referred to Socrates as a demon-worshipping pederast. And you can't imagine how mad Greeks get when you say that to them.
I have a tendency to, when Gandhi comes up, refer to him as that pedophile.
Yeah.
People don't seem to be aware of that. But I did have a discussion with Raj, who who is Rajdeep, is a Sikh in this little corner, and and we spent a good amount of time trashing Gandhi, and he deserves it in every single way. May have been one. I rank him right up there with in 20th century horrible people. You have Hitler, you have Mao, you have Stalin, Gandhi, and Pol Pot. I don't really know where to differentiate between the two. Like, one of them killed more people, the other one was more obviously evil, but like,
Yeah.
yeah, so that's my most controversial opinion.
Yeah. I said that for the there's this tendency, especially among Greek folks, to try to make the pagan Greeks sort of quasi-Christians. Like, these are,
Yeah.
you know, early Christians, almost Christians. It's like they weren't.
I hate to tell you this, but the modern Orthodox Jews do that too.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
yeah, like Socrates and Euclid. So I'm trying to get through Duties of the Heart, which is a very it's considered a Jewish classic basic text, and he talks about the philosopher, and he talks about Euclid, and right, and I mean, I don't agree with the interpretations which there are, which try to interpret these texts, including Maimonides, I would say, as basically turning, you know, Socrates and Plato and Aristotle into earlier forms of prophecy. And yes, I am kind of needling Chezi to get on here because this is probably making his blood boil. But I certainly disagree with that type of characterization.
You could say somebody had a lot of important things to say and a lot of wisdom in certain areas without having to, like, this is another problem with, I think this is American thinking, really, is we group everybody into either this is a good guy or this is a bad guy. And we don't like a lot of nuance. So we like what Plato has to say. We like what Aristotle has to say. So we put them in the good guy category, that we don't want to hear anything else. Or we put them in the bad guy character category. Then we don't want to hear anything they had to say about anything.
So this is a place where I'm kind of ambivalent, and my ambivalence shows mostly when I talk about Martin Luther and Joseph Smith. Because Joseph Smith was very obviously a horrible person in many, many ways. But I think the LDS, in fact, has done just so much good in the world, despite the fact that I am absolutely sure that the angel Moroni was a demon. Like, for like Kabbalistic reasons. And like, but the whole Luther just and sinner, right? It's like you're turning him into a saint. How do you turn Martin Luther into a saint? The man was not a saint.
Right. But if you're a Lutheran, he has to be in the good guy category.
Yeah.
So
he has to
defend everything, you know.
Look,
it's like, no, you don't.
If you're not going to defend Calvin murdering Servetus, and this is the problem with the theonomists, right? Like, how do you not defend murdering Servetus at the same time not call Calvin a false teacher?
Yeah. Yeah. I don't have that problem. I can throw Calvin under the bus. So
Me too.
Yeah. But yeah, and yeah, I mean, we did a whole episode of Lord of Spirits on why Constantine is considered a saint, and it's not because we don't think he did a lot of horrible things. He did do a bunch of horrible things.
Yeah, he
Right.
said towards the end of his life,
But there are other reasons why we consider him right to be a saint, and you don't have to endorse. Right.
Okay, but I have to say, like, the Talmud has stories of people who were great sinners, and at the end of their life, they repented.
Yeah.
But then does that person become a saint because the example of their life is only in their repentance, which is great, and I'm very glad that they repented, but they did not live a saintly life. And
Right.
that's why, like, there's a tension there within Judaism that we're very cognizant of, right? B'makom balei tshuva omdim ein tzadikim gemurim omdim, right? This is a Talmudic edict that in a place where the repentant stand, even the tzadikim gemurim, completely righteous, cannot stand. At the same time, this is a tension that we keep. Whereas I think in a lot of Christianity, that tension is oftentimes just thrown away.
Well, see, and speaking for all of Christianity is tough on this, because trying to figure out what's going on with saints in Protestantism is bizarro world, because on one hand, you have the insistence that everyone's a saint and therefore no one's a saint. Yet then you have virtual shrines to, church leaders of the past and things where clearly they are being made saints.
Oh, Lutherans, apparently they dress up on Halloween.
Reformation Day, yeah.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
As Martin Luther and give speeches.
But so like in the Orthodox Church, we read the lives of the saints, right? And so one of the reasons for us with iconography, right, when you look at the icons of the saints, on one level, they all look the same. They all kind of look the same, right? They're the same style, right? There are certain commonalities in the way they're all depicted. And for us, that represents the image of God, right, in them. That's why they all kind of look the same. And at the same time, on another level, they're all a little different. And so for us, they show us, a few thousand different ways to become like God. And so for some people who get to a point in their life and they look back on it and they have a lot of regrets and a lot of repentance they need to do, right? They may latch on to a saint who similarly was mainly known for their repentance. And other people who are at an earlier part in their life may choose a saint that like inspires them, right? Like, I need to live a holy life the way, right, this saint did, and keep myself pure from the world, and et cetera, right? And so I think having all of those is important, right? Not again like our previous discussion, because this is like polytheism and you're actually worshiping this person instead. But they're showing different ways that different people who have lived different lives in different places at different times, right, have become like God, right, and found holiness over the course of their life. And if we didn't have any who were mainly known for their repentance, what would you say to that person who's 50 and has lived a miserable life? They would be looking at the saints going, well, that's not me. I guess I missed the boat,
Well, okay, I have to say this is part of what I dislike about what I call Mary Sue Jesus, which is you have this Jesus, and Dominique van der Klee very clearly, like, he's like, you would only get that in Sunday school, but what most Christians know is what they get in Sunday school, which is this Jesus who never struggled, this Jesus who was completely victorious. And I realize, yes, prosperity gospel and whatever is heretical within Christianity. But, I mean, there is certainly a lot of people who have this Mary Sue Jesus who was not tempted and who was not who was in no way, and I have to, like, an egalitarian Trinitarian, I don't see how you get away from Jesus was playing being a human being and with all the cheat codes if you're an egalitarian Trinitarian. Because he was playing with all the cheat codes.
So for us, it goes the other way. Christ is, well, as I think I said to you in an email, right? Jesus for us, and the reason we identify him as the Messiah is he embodied God and embodied the Torah and embodied Israel in a unique, most full, right? Fulfilled way, right? And so for us, you're not supposed to identify with Jesus. Right.
But
That's
how does he do that?
How do we identify with?
How does he do that as an unmarried man? I don't see how that's possible within Judaism.
Well, from the Christian perspective, he's not an unmarried man.
This is spiritualizing.
Any more than God is unmarried.
Spiritualizing.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
More than
Because
God is unmarried.
he's married.
Is God married or not? Is God married or not?
In the same way, like in this, it's not incarnation. It's not the incarnation that we're talking about. See, this is the thing. It's like there is a spiritualizing away where Jesus can be married and at the same time be a single man, which is very, very reminiscent of this old views of Paul view of, yeah, we keep kosher, but we eat pig and we eat, right? And it's like, no. We do things like, if he is representing a married man, then that involves physical penetration. Sorry to be so explicit.
No, agreed. But from our perspective, the wedding is consummated at the resurrection.
Okay, so you're telling me it hasn't happened yet.
Essentially, that's where the Book of Revelation culminates, is explicitly the wedding supper of the Lamb. Christ's wedding supper.
And when it happens,
Christ was chaste Jesus was chaste during his life on earth, right? Because he wasn't married yet.
So I will say the precise thing Gamliel said, and I was very, very surprised to find it in Acts 5. It's like, I was like, the entire Jewish position has been in the Christian Bible for 2,000 years. What have we been fighting over? It's your Bible. And every time I find these discussions between rabbis and Christians, it's like, the reason the rabbi isn't doing as well as he could be and completely destroying the supposed Christian position, which is almost always Protestant, is he doesn't know his New Testament well enough. Because once you know your New Testament, like, the Protestants at least have zero legs to stand on.
Oh, well, I agree, obviously.
Can I throw in some comments on marriage real fast, Jacob?
Sure.
So, my parents' marriage, they're still married, and they've had plenty of their struggles, right? What strikes me is the highest form of that marriage isn't their consummation, isn't even me, right? As a result of the consummation of that marriage, when that marriage is working, when that marriage is working, when it's really a marriage, it's when either my mom or my dad, or both at the same time, they're letting their selfishness go, right? In love for their partner, right? When my mom, right, has to put her pride and her ego down and die for my mom, then my dad has to do the same for her. And unless they're both doing that, they draw further apart, right? That they only, like in the most serious sense, are drawing together. And the reason why I'm pointing at this is because I think that in some sense, this is what Ian McGillichrist is getting at on the way that we're captured in how we think about reality. I think I'm talking about something that's not spiritualizing.
No.
I think it's the highest form of reality.
And I think this is Gnosticism, because the Jewish answer to this idea is no, absolutely not. The most important thing your parents did was, in fact, give birth to you.
Yeah, but so let's say if they're coming at it from a place of selfishness, right? Now, so I am talking about an intersection. I'm not talking about just like, oh, my mom really gave it in her heart somewhere. Unless she embodies, unless the invisible and the visible meet,
right? In an actual baby.
Yeah, sure,
an actual baby. In a body of a baby.
But even in their heart, like their actual union of being
not
put together.
even in the no.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with you, right? So that, and right, in order to get to that point, to be able to support that child, to have them, to raise them well with the kind of love that they need, right, requires participating in the most serious kind of self-dying and love of the other.
The spiritual component also has to be there. Yes.
Yeah. It's the intersection of both. It's not, you can't weigh one out over the other.
Exactly. But that is the problem. The problem I am having is precisely that Jesus can spiritually have all these children, just like the Rebbe had. I am, in a sense, his spiritual child, right? And that's beautiful and nice, but it's still not an actual child. And when you're telling me that Jesus, in a unique way, fulfilled what it means to be godly, to represent godliness in the world, I at least have the Rebbe's wife, despite the fact they didn't have a child, they at least married. You have a Jesus who didn't even marry. So he failed completely. He didn't just fail to have kids. And it's a beautiful thing that actually Jesus talks about, like, there are people who, for the sake of heaven, are castrated. And like, that's an important message within the Jewish context. Because within the Jewish context, the question becomes, am I truly damned? As someone who has not had kids and has no real prospect of having kids. Like, in the Jewish spirituality, that is damnation completely. And despite the fact that I've never married and I don't have kids, Baruch Hashem, I have had a good effect on some people who I love it, and I am glad that I am not completely a waste of a human life. But if I were to say that's, I am fulfilling what it means to be Jewish, to be a representative of the God of Israel in the world, as an unmarried man, I am completely, it's a lie. It's an absolute lie.
Right. But my point is he was preparing for his wedding day.
Okay, so you have somebody who's, yes, you're Jesus who's preparing for a lot of things in the future. Yes, I realize that you take all of the things.
The story isn't done.
All of the ways in which Jesus fails and put it into a second coming. This is what Christians have done forever. And my answer to you is, Gamliel's, which is, okay, when it happens, give me a phone call. I'll
Right. Well, hey, if I can get you
Mhm.
to say that in some sense Jesus is already the Messiah ben Joseph,
Oh, Mashiach ben Yosef, I think
and that
that's
potentially
easy.
in the future he could be Messiah ben David
Uh,
at his
I-
return.
I personally,
We're not that far off.
No. Okay, so
Right.
let me say two things.
Okay.
First thing is, until very recently, the Christian line has been Mashiach ben Yosef was, and yes, Christians don't say this anymore, was a rabbinic invention in order to explain away Jesus. And the idea was, oh yes, the rabbis believe Jesus was Mashiach ben Yosef and the Christians don't. And I am very glad that now Christians are talking about Mashiach ben Yosef. The second point is, I think it is absolutely clear that Mashiach ben Yosef and Mashiach ben David are two different people and always have been. And the shrinking of everything into Jesus is precisely what I call the idolatry of Christianity. Their eisegesis of I see Jesus. Everything becomes Jesus.
Right. But I'm not doing that. I'm talking about distinctions that were made. For example, the Second Temple period. Right? Like you get pretty clearly at Qumran, like in the Testament of Levi, you've got priestly Messiah and kingly Messiah. Right? And then you could throw in Elijah coming back in some sense too to get a prophet out of it as well. Right? And in terms of how many there were going to be and what roles they were going to play. And it does look like, I don't think Messiah ben Joseph is a rabbinic invention to explain away Jesus.
Thank you.
But there does seem to have been some influence there. I think what becomes the Messiah ben Joseph pre-exists Jesus. But I think those ideas start to gravitate around Jesus in early non-Christian Jewish documents relatively early.
So I will say this, and I've said it before on this channel. I have spoken to several rabbis about this, and I personally believe that Christianity is in fact Mashiach ben Yosef. I seriously do believe. And partially because I believe Jesus was a conglomeration of several people.
Yeah.
But so personally, I have no problems with this. And while every rabbi I've spoken to so far has said you're wrong, I believe you're wrong. There's nothing heretical in Judaism in saying such a thing. And there have been other people who have said similar things. And I have to say that the way that Rav Kook applied Mashiach ben Yosef to Zionism could very easily apply to Christianity. Yeah. So that I have no problems with. And I'll give you one more. I'll say Islam too, Mashiach ben Yosef. But
you have good textual basis for that.
Really?
In the book in Apocrypha, there's some early texts that are using that Messiah ben Joseph language pretty clearly about Jesus. So they'll be like talking about the Messiah, and then it'll be like, and a lot of these are sort of faux prophecy in the sense that like they're written in the 1st century AD, but they're presented as having been written, centuries before that, right? And prophesying things that are going to happen. And in the midst of their discussion of the Messiah, at one point in one of the texts, it says, "Oh, and a man will come." It just says "a man." It doesn't give a name. A man will come and X, Y, and it's absolutely describing Jesus. Like it's just too on the nose.
Well, you know,
Right.
I told you Jesus is often referred to as Oto Haish.
Yeah. And and it gets to, and you know, through him many Gentiles will come to coming from, and so and that's late first century Jewish text.
Yeah.
Right. That's pretty clearly taking those traditions and applying them to Jesus. Right. And saying, and from the perspective of that Jewish author, at least, he's like, hey, if this gets the Gentiles to leave us alone, I'm all for it. Right.
Well, so have you heard of the famous midrash that Rabbeinu Tam said he believed was true? Chezi referenced it earlier. So there's a midrash that came that as far as I know is like 8th century midrash, but and Chezi says agreed, Jacob. But Rabbeinu Tam, who in his generation was one of, if not the leader of the entirety of Judaism, said he believed it was authentic and historically accurate, which it says that Paul was actually a rabbi, that the rabbis, and you have to understand that in rabbinic literature, when you have an anonymous rabbis and some named rabbis, the anonymous rabbis are not good people, generally.
Yeah.
Right. The anonymous rabbis sent him to become the Pope in Rome, and he engineered Christianity in such a way that it would, in fact, I'm sure you've heard the neo-pagan line that Christianity is a Jewish plot to enslave the Goyim.
Yeah.
Well,
lame Nietzsche. Yeah.
Well,
Nietzsche, but dumb. Yeah.
Well, yes, but at the same time, there is this midrash, and Rabbeinu Tam thought it was authentic. Now, I'm not going to say I believe it's authentic because Rabbeinu Tam.
You believe the opposite. You think St. Paul went the other direction.
Yeah. I do. But certainly Rabbeinu Tam, he has shoulders within Judaism. See, it goes back to the whole conversation of I don't see how the Paul you describe gets beaten in 40 minus 1. And I don't see how the Christianity you describe divorces itself from Judaism. I don't see how they get kicked out of the synagogues. I really don't.
I think it's a long mutual divorce. And I think part of the problem is that we tend to look at it from the ideological perspective rather than a more full historical perspective. Like Andrew had a long day and passed out, but the real reason why the Copts are not in communion with the Orthodox Church has nothing to do with Miaphysitism or theology in general. It has to do with Justinian massacring a bunch of people. And it has to do with racial differences and cultural differences and class differences in Egypt and linguistic differences that played out over centuries, right? And the theological disagreement became what everybody hung their hat on, right? What was emblematic of it, right? It's like this goofy idea that the whole church was all getting along swimmingly, and then all of a sudden in 1054 there was this problem about the filioque. Right? And then we split, right? That was, the event that incites the divorce is not the sole cause of the divorce, right? There's a lot of history that happens on both sides leading up to it, right? And it takes a long time, right? I've told you before, St. John Chrysostom in Antioch at the end of the 4th century is having to tell his own people, hey, you need to come celebrate the feast at church, not at the synagogue. You're Christians, right?
Okay, but
Because they're still bleeding over. Even then, they're
I have to go back to Justin the philosopher and Nicaea, because it seems very clear to me that it was a deliberate turning their back on Israel, on Jews, and on God.
Saint Justin lived in what's now Nablus.
Okay.
Right. So he lived in an area, and his whole life was spent on apologetics. His more famous works are actually directed at the Romans and the pagans,
Okay.
trying to defend Christianity against them. And I think, obviously, the dialogue with Trypho is a dialogue in the Socratic sense, right? Trypho is there to kind of go, "The what? Huh?" You know,
Yeah.
right? Like as a vehicle for St. Justin to make his points. But those are apologetic points. That's his salvo towards
But we don't
rabbinic
have,
Judaism.
but we don't have an equivalent.
There are some things scattered around in the Talmud, and
There are, those things are 5th century.
I know, but I'm just saying.
So like
There's plenty of documentation.
No. But you're painting a picture of like a mutual divorce, whereas I see a wife who, after being beaten many times, after the divorce, starts telling bad stories about how her husband beat
Christians are getting expelled from the synagogue around the same time St. Justin's writing the dialogue with Trypho.
I don't believe they were.
In the 2nd century?
I don't believe they were. So this goes back to the question of the Birkat Haminim. And I don't see why a Christian can't say Birkat Haminim. I really don't. Like, if you seriously don't consider yourself a heretic, why would you be against cursing the heretics?
But we don't see, part of the problem is we don't have all the context on either side. The 2nd century. Hey, we might find some more stuff from the 2nd century that's really vile stuff from Christians against Jews, and then I would have to change my position, right? All I'm saying is we don't know when St. Justin was walking the streets of Nablus and got into it with an actual rabbi, not Trypho, the fictional, right? But an actual rabbi, what the rabbi said to him. And we don't know if the 2nd century Christians thought, rightly or wrongly, that when you're talking about heretics, you're talking about them.
Okay, right? But we have the example of Rabbi Akiva, right? And we have the example of things that happened to very similar things as Christianity. And Rabbi Akiva, like, he wasn't kicked out, obviously. And that goes back to our first conversation. Yeah. It's like we're not a community of, like, you know, I read Acts and I see, like, and you've said, you know, a caricature of the Jewish community, right? That honestly, like, I can't see. I believe that Paul was in fact lashed 3 times. What does he say? The 40 minus 1 3 times?
Yeah.
I could believe it, because reading his stuff, and I have to admit, I read it in English, and it is Protestant translators. Like, I did not get to the second part of Romans 7, because every time I started reading it, I started fuming too much to get to the part where he says the stuff that, like, I could quote. And later I was like, oh, you know, this stuff's not bad. But I couldn't get past his little, like, attempt at rabbinics. It was like, it was just, you know.
All of this also, we have to take into historical account Rome looming over all of this.
So,
and
okay.
In certain places,
yeah,
Judaism receiving, albeit not all the time, not evenly applied, in some places receiving a certain amount of tolerance from Rome at certain times, right?
Right.
And the question of whether that's going to extend to Christianity, whether Jewish communities saw what the Christians were doing as jeopardizing. This is part of what's going on in the Gospels with Jesus' death, right? Even in the mouths of the people in the Gospels, the reasons why, like, the Sadducees are concerned about Jesus is this guy's going to start a riot here at Passover and Pilate's going to kill all of us for this guy, right? And it's sort of better to get rid of this guy than for all of us, to have the Romans come down on us, right? In fact, that's what Caiaphas is presented as ultimately saying. It's better for this one man to die than the people, right?
So speaking of the Talmud and Sanhedrin that talks about Jesus, it's actually pretty interesting and even the one that talks about Jesus boiling in feces in Ketubot, I think it's in Ketubot or Gittin, like, from somebody who actually knows, I am obviously no Talmudic scholar, but who's studied a little bit of Talmud. Like, it's curiously sympathetic to Jesus. It really is. Like, if you know Talmudic style, right? It's actually not. It's not the polemical, like, that you see later with other things that aren't related to Jesus, right? And I've sometimes wondered, with the Damascus document being found in the Cairo Geniza, how late there has been actual Christians who stayed within the Jewish community. I really don't know how late it was.
Yeah.
And
it's very permeable, even into the 4th century. Yeah.
And honestly, until the Sabbateans, it was with Shabbatai Tzvi that we started being a lot more into, and that's like, what, 500 years ago? Less. That we really started cracking down on orthodoxy.
Yeah. But yeah, so to me, keeping the Romans in there is important, because what you also see in Acts is riots starting with pagans in a lot of those cities. And you see the governors of those cities getting involved when there's some kind of conflict between St. Paul and the local Jewish community. And I think it's pretty safe to say, and I don't think it's unreasonable or even accusatory to say, that if you're, the leader of a synagogue in a town that has this shaky relationship with the government,
it's what happened to Spinoza.
Yeah,
but that is exactly what happened to Spinoza.
Stranger Jewish guy walks into town and starts teaching this stuff and causing trouble. You're throwing that guy out of town, right?
Well, it wasn't even. I mean, with Spinoza, it wasn't even a stranger.
Yeah,
and I mean, the excommunication of Spinoza, they actually waited until the rabbi left the town and excommunicated it's an excommunication that's signed by the members of the board of directors of the synagogue, as opposed to the rabbinic court.
Yeah.
Yeah. A lot of people don't realize this about Spinoza's excommunication. I mean, I'm not saying the man wasn't a heretic, he was. But his excommunication, they waited until the rabbi was out of town and the board of directors excommunicated him. We're pretty lenient. We always have been.
Yeah. Yeah. But I mean, like I said, to me, it's understandable, right? The Roman governor is mad at the Christians, right? Jewish local synagogue says, hey, you know what? They're not really part of our group. Right? Like,
Yeah.
the stuff you're mad at them about isn't stuff we believe or do. Right? Like,
Okay, but I mean, until the destruction of the temple in 70, it seems like the Christians in Jerusalem were just fine.
yeah, they seem to have, on the whole, yeah. Yeah. And there were lots of places, I think, where that's true. Alexandria, Antioch, for at least a long time. So I think where you have it less is like in Rome, where you get more of the crackdowns on both Jewish communities and Christian communities, and both at the same time sometimes. And I think that those kind of things are a bigger factor historically in what drove them apart than the other.
Can I try to clarify some of that, Father Stephen? So is the picture like you have Rome, which is this inclusive thing, trying to be tolerant of all different sorts of ideas, right? Like,
yeah,
compared to other things, right?
Well, I don't know compared to what, but yeah.
Well, sure.
Part of that's our modern reading back into it.
Well. So the reason I say that is something like to attempt to be an empire at all is to not like completely to demolish the other, right? So instead of demolishing the other, tax and oppress the other. Even if you just take it that step,
right? And colonize, yeah,
right?
Colonize, replace the people with Romans, yeah,
right.
Yeah.
so and you know they're going, okay, well let's learn and absorb all these things, map them on our pagan gods. So this is like a antiquity version of inclusiveness in some sense, right? So then all the little peoples within the larger empire, right, trying not to upset Big Brother too much, right? Otherwise, there's a crackdown. And then you have one of those peoples within the larger empire that has some radicals, right, who have some ideas that threaten the very sense of the highest high within the empire, right? So is that mapping the
sort of, yeah. So the big value of the Roman Empire in that period was peace, pax, right? Now Livy, Livy was already a critic of it, right? Livy says, they created a wasteland and called it peace, right? Go and kill everybody and destroy everything. Look how peaceful it is. And so, for example, like there's not a concept of the rule of law. It's the rule of Romans, right? So Pontius Pilate, for example, his job as governor is keep the peace in Judea. The Judeans are not Roman citizens. They're like lower than slaves, right? This is what Jesus is talking about when he says, when someone asks you to go 1 mile, go 2. They could just grab you, right? Say, here, carry my stuff for a couple of miles. And you could do that or you could get killed, right? The Roman garrison, if you happen to be unlucky enough to live near one of the soldiers could take a fancy to your wife and take her back to the barracks and there was nothing you could do about it. That happened fairly frequently in Roman Judea. Right. So this is the kind of oppression and stuff that's going on. And Pontius Pilate's whole job is just keep the peace. And he can do whatever he wants to. So there was 1 year at the Passover when there were murmurings that there was going to be some kind of uprising or revolt in Jerusalem. And so he grabbed 150 Jewish people off the streets at random and crucified them along all the roads leading into Jerusalem. So everybody would walk by them on the way into their city and know not to cause trouble.
Right? Full Game of Thrones style.
Yeah, so that's where George R. R. Martin got it. Yeah, and that's Jesus actually refers to that in one of the Gospels. He talks about those who Pilate mingled their blood with those of the sacrifices. He's talking about those people who Pilate murdered. And so any kind of disruption to the regular operation of social order, right? The Romans had a very simple solution for it. Kill Jews until it stops, right? And that's what they did, right? And so this is what's in the background at the end of the Gospels with Jesus' death, right? It's at the time of the Passover. There's this huge influx of people, right? It's like, oh, is this going to cause a riot? Is this going to, hey, I'll kill another Jew to stop a riot? Pilate doesn't care, right?
In a pagan mapping of what is good and how to operate, that seems like this is us being benevolent, because the other option is we'll destroy the whole temple and kill all your people.
Right. We're giving you peace.
Right. Peace and
we're giving you peace and prosperity, right? And aqueducts. Right?
Yeah, this is for your own good. The ends justify the means.
You should all be grateful to us. You should all be going and offering sacrifices to Roma Patria, to thank Rome, to worship Rome and thank Rome and worship the Roman emperor and thank him for all the things we've given to you. How dare you refuse?
And I mean, but the Romans were like, these crazy Jews would rather die than worship our gods. Like, and here we have these strong gods. Why would you not worship our strong gods instead of your weak God?
Yeah.
Right? Who we obviously defeated, right? And yeah, I mean, it's funny. Like Jason, when I talk to Jason, so Jason is a sola scriptura Christian. He's he grew up in like basically the Baptist environment where you just read your Bible, right? And he just reads his Bible. And there's actually several people like this on my channel who they just read their Bible, including their Old Testament. Like they started with their Bible at the beginning, right? And they took the Old Testament seriously, really seriously, right? And then they got to the New Testament. And there's some of them who there's one guy who absolutely detests Paul. Right? Like he likes his Old Testament. He gets to Paul and he's like, this guy. And frankly, ultimately, as much as I'm trying to understand your point of view, I'm trying to understand it. I don't think it holds together for me. I think Paul actually was the horrible guy. But Jason is like, yeah, when you describe Judaism, like I just thought that is Christianity. And like now you're telling me Christianity is not. And because he's in a Protestant milieu, his Christianity, like I can point out, and he's like, he goes and he talks to other Christians and they're like, yeah, that's not Christianity. And he's like, well, I thought I was a Christian. and that's part of the reason I have my Bible study with Jason. Like he's just a guy who like he just loves his Bible. You know, he just loves his Bible. I love that man. Right? It's like no highfalutin. He just read his Bible, and like he's like, I believe this stuff, and I love it. But at the same time, when you look at the history, like I'm still waiting for them to crucify you as a Judaizer. And I hope it doesn't happen. But if it does, I will be vindicated.
Yeah.
I'm not sure you'll appreciate that.
I haven't even been accused of that yet. Bizarrely, the thing that has everyone so mad on like Ortho Twitter and stuff is me pointing out that Samson is not a saint in the Orthodox Church. Like people are going crazy about that.
Really, in Ortho Twitter?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. There's a guy railing the other day that I am making war against the saints and against the services of the church that I was ordained to serve. He's some layman somewhere with a Twitter account, but like, because of Samson, right?
Samson of all things.
Yes. Like I don't understand why this is such a big deal for some people, but yeah. Like this is apparently now one of the shibboleths of orthodoxy is whether or not you falsely think Samson is a saint. I mean, I just ask questions. I'm like, show me an ancient icon. Show me.
Well, Pilate has been canonized in the Ethiopian church, right?
Yeah, the Copts. Yeah,
not the Copts. No, not the Copts. Don't blame.
I think the Copts have him too.
Really?
They
Yeah.
usually
Wow.
share. They usually share.
We have his wife, but not him. There's a tradition that his wife became a Christian.
Well, you guys apparently also have Gamliel.
Yes, actually, we do.
I'm waiting for the people who do Akiva.
It'd be interesting, but I don't see it coming anytime soon. But yeah, there is the burial of Saint Stephen actually has the icons of the burial of Saint Stephen have Gamaliel and Nicodemus in them because traditionally both. Well, Saint Paul says so in Acts. I'm sure you don't believe him, but traditionally both he and Saint Stephen were students of Gamaliel.
Hold on, I don't remember. Oh, in Acts he claims it. Yeah.
Gamaliel had a lot of students, so I mean, even if you don't want to believe they were good students of his, they might have been. They might have studied under him at some point.
I made this. I made this an actually in honest challenge to someone, and he got very mad at me. I said, just give me some indication from Paul's own letters that he was a Pharisee. And I'm not going to, and he's like, well, what's your criteria? I'm like, by your own criteria. Set your own criteria. And
I
just
can do that. He
go
called
ahead.
himself a Pharisee in the present tense. I like pointing out that it's the present tense. I'm cruising. I don't know if they'll let me do it, but I want my book on St. Paul when it comes out to be entitled St. Paul, Christian, Pharisee. That's what I'm cruising for the title. I don't know if they'll let me do it.
Christian, no, it'll have to be Christian dash.
I can do
Pharisee.
dash. I can do dash instead of comma. Dash looks better on a cover.
Yeah. They might do that. Christian dash Pharisee. They might do that.
Yeah, and that's one of the things I point out. He says
It's
in the present
provocative.
tense. He doesn't say I used to be a Pharisee and then I became a Christian.
He said, well, so for me, if you're doing the gender identification thing where everybody is whatever gender they claim.
Well, you said set your own criteria, so my criteria is
apparently
does he identify as a
gender.
Pharisee?
Okay, so
And he's not sect fluid, as far as I can tell.
he's not fair. He's not Pharisee.
So if I could set my own criteria, there you go.
Okay, Andrew wasn't actually asleep.
Okay.
He tried to get on, and I was like, I don't know if I'll let him on, but you mentioned him, so I was like, okay, I'll let him back on.
Here's some more evidence. St. Paul believed in the resurrection.
I have to say, if that's actually in his, because it seems like in his letters, he believes in a spiritual as opposed to a bodily resurrection.
Oh no, 1 Corinthians 15.
1 Corinthians 15. I'm going to have to take
Especially if you go around verses 53 and 54.
Okay.
He uses the same clothed upon language as is used with the garments of skin at the expulsion from paradise. But he flips it
Mm-hmm.
to talk about how the corruptible would be clothed with incorruptibility, the mortal will be clothed with immortality, talking about the transformation of the body. He's explicitly talking about the body, the resurrection body there.
Okay. I'm gonna. I will take your word for it because that sounds like if it's bodily resurrection, yes.
Yes. And he talks about the different things have different types of bodies. Sun, moon, and stars have one type of body. Humans have another type of body. Animals have another type of body. What type of body in the resurrection? Right. And he's, yeah. So, yeah, very, very much so. So there's that. He's at least not a Sadducee.
No, I mean, if he believes in the bodily resurrection, yeah.
So,
Yeah.
yeah. So, but that's, although maybe put that title on the book, maybe what finally gets people to start accusing me of being a Judaizer. So who knows?
Yeah. I read your book on Apocrypha.
You read the whole thing already?
Yeah.
He doesn't do his homework. He doesn't go to sleep at right times. His mother's gonna kill me, but
I've got a copy with
to
you. Don't worry. And I realized that like we asked the intercessions of Saint Thecla in Vespers.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy. And yeah.
Oh yeah. The Feast of Saint Thecla and the Monastery of Saint Thecla are like one of the biggest feasts and pilgrimage sites in Syrian Christianity.
Mm-hmm.
And there's this hysterical book from John Dominic Crossan.
Mm.
It is book on St. Paul. Look how the church has buried the memory of Thecla because they're so opposed to women. And they're such a misogynist. Nobody even knows who this saint was anymore. And I'm just like, bro. You're aware that there's more than Roman Catholicism in the world, right? Like, I know.
Yeah,
I know you're Irish, but still, like, yeah. The craziest thing in that book is the thing in the Acts of Thomas. That dude who commits adultery, and then his father confronts him about it.
You mentioned that somewhere in here. I've got a bunch of bookmarks of things I could ask you about.
Yeah, that is officially the wildest. There's this guy who he's committing adultery, and his father confronts him, and he gets angry and attacks his father and beats him, and he thinks he beat him to death.
Uh-huh.
And so then he freaks out because he's now an adulterer who has beaten his father to death. And so he grabs a sickle from a farmhand and uses it to cut off his genitals, which he then goes and throws at the woman he was committing adultery with. I'm like, and I remember my editor at Ancient Faith, like when I got that chapter back, I was like, I bet this isn't a sentence you thought you'd read today. Like,
Well, I mean, if you've got the time, I've got like 16 bookmarks here.
I could field a couple.
Okay.
I don't know if I could do all 16, but
Well, you hid one in the index on Midrash. You say that the Midrashic mode of interpretation sometimes appears within the New Testament itself.
yes.
So, I know Jacob's talked about how there's like the narrative of the New Testament and then there's the commentary. how does this, whatever, I don't know, change our view of the commentary and the narrative? Like, should I don't know, caveat my reading or what?
No, I mean mainly what I'm referring to there is something that Jacob and I have talked about before, which is how a lot of the, like in St. Matthew's Gospel especially, how a lot of the quotations from the Old Testament work.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
That a lot of times it gets read by people as this wooden, like, oh, he is saying that this prophet back in long ago time said X, and now X happened, right? And that's not that's not how St. Matthew is interpreting scripture.
I think Andrew's asking, so I believe it's in Luke, maybe it's in Mark, where it says, in so saying, Jesus made all foods clean.
Yep.
Is that exactly what you were aiming?
Yeah, that's one of them.
There's other ones. There's other ones. Like, okay, so you're talking about that kind of thing, right? Or like when St. John interjects in John's Gospel when Jesus says, destroy this temple and I will rebuild it in 3 days. And John inserts like, he was speaking of the temple, which is his body, like just in case you didn't figure that out, right? Yeah. So are you asking if those comments are of a different kind of authority?
Yeah.
I think in most cases, well, I think honestly this is a place where textual criticism is required in finding out where those came from. Because you do get things like the Kama Johannium, right? Where things creep into the text. And where you can look at it and say, okay, that's true. Or you have to do a little more work to determine the relationship between that comment and the text. So I wouldn't say, oh, you can just ignore it. Those are editorial comments and like those aren't right, inspired.
Yeah.
But I also think you do need to take the time to understand the relationship between it and the text. Like that example from St. John's Gospel, I think is original. I think that he was speaking of the temple, which is his body. I think that was probably actually there originally. Because there's a bunch of things like that in St. John's Gospel. He's always doing these. Oh, boy, but he didn't mean this. He actually meant, right? Like, oh, wait, he didn't say that the disciple would live until the second coming. He was just saying, if that happened, what is that, right? That just seems to be a feature of St. John's Gospel. There's like so many of them that it's like, this is probably just an issue of style. Whereas in St. Mark's Gospel, I don't know of another one of those. Off the top of my head. So you'd have to look at, the relationship.
Yeah, this is blowing my mind.
Yeah. So, yeah, there's no, and that's part of connecting that idea to Midrash too, is that we have this idea that again, the biblical text is this series of propositional statements, right? That I'm supposed to like isolate and accept, rather than this text is something I'm supposed to wrestle with and right, fight with a little bit and hash it out and dig deeper into it and figure out what's going on, maybe at multiple levels, right? And then after I've done that for a while, then I can start trying to figure out how to apply it. And that's going to go in all kinds of other different directions.
Yeah.
So, yeah, if you were hoping for, just ignore those or something. Yeah, that's not how it works.
Yeah. A lot of times when just reading this stuff, you get the sense that there's a difference in philosophy and language and cosmology, and it's like it's hard to pin it down, even what like they met at the first time. So even you just providing like summaries has been quite helpful, so
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do in most of the chapters, is just here's a way into this text which has all this weird stuff about a guy castrating himself, or You know,
Yeah.
yet another journey through the heavens where the heavens are numbered completely differently. It's like, well, wait a minute. I just read this other one and there were 3 heavens, and now this one there's 7. Now this other one there's 9. Right? Like, even my editor, when we were doing those, like the first time she came to one of those, she was like, wait, I thought there were 7. And I'm like, no, like they're not. These are different texts. Like they're breaking it up differently. I mean, they're talking about heaven. Like this isn't like, it's not like a literal map, right? Like,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah. I mean, I was most familiar with Dante, you know,
yeah,
which is
yeah.
further
But
along.
Dante is picking up off of things from those much older
Yeah.
apocalyptic texts.
Yeah. Another random question. Why is like all the Old Testament apocryphal literature so apocalyptic? Like it's it seems like every time you mention one of these, it's apocalyptic. You know, Baruch and Enoch and all this sort of stuff. Even the prophecies within the testaments of the patriarchs.
Yeah.
It's all what's going on there.
Well, there was a kind of apocalyptic fervor at the end of the Second Temple period. And that's kind of what resulted in the revolts that ended this Second Temple period. There was, as you saw in the book, there was this constant connection. This is why so much of it involved Enoch, is there were all these comparisons. And this even in the New Testament shows up. Comparisons between the world at that time under the oppression of Rome and the world at the time of Noah. Right? Things have gotten so horribly bad. We must be getting close to the end, right? Which instinct has continued throughout like subsequent history at various periods, right? It can't possibly get worse than this. This must be it, right? And so that comparison then, and the reality, right? This isn't just a vague sense people have. This is a sense people have because they're facing actual trouble, actual difficulties, actual, in some cases, horrors, right, in their lives. And they're trying to derive some sense out of it, right? And so we tend to think of apocalyptic as only meaning end times. But that end times element is secondary. The primary element is where we get the name apocalyptic, revelation, right? That now we're going to get this other perspective. That's why these people get taken up to heaven all the time. Because they get this other viewpoint from up there, which is in some ways similar to at least God's point of view of the world and of time and of history and of what's happening. Right, to give that book of Revelation, you could say the same thing, right? To give that sense, right, to these people who are suffering, right, and to promise that at the end of this suffering, there's going to be some kind of deliverance that you can look forward to and still have hope even in the midst of all this suffering, right, and oppression. And so I think there's a flowering of that at the end of the Second Temple period because things were really bad.
So I am going to use my prerogative to call complete BS on what he said, which is I think there's a reason why it's Apocrypha that's full of apocalyptic stuff, because what happens in Judaism, and I believe has happened in Judaism for thousands of years, and Christianity is just another example of it, is that there is all kinds of difficulties and apocalyptic literature comes up, and there we end up with hopes for the Messiah, and we end up with the rabbis kind of being like, no. And so I don't view the apocalyptic literature that Christianity retained, which Judaism did not, very differently than any of the literature created by Sabbatai Tzvi and other similar, because look, Judaism is very messianic, and to my eternal surprise, Christianity, which means messianic, is less messianic than Judaism is. And I think that's a result of failed apocalypticism, which, like, this is an eternal thing that happens within Judaism. We have this hope of the Messiah, and there are people who will claim that that's precisely what's happening with Chabad, and it is possible, God forbid, that there will be a selection of some of the sayings and writings of the Rebbe, which I see it forming already by his more apocalyptic students and adherents who are leaving mainstream Judaism. And if, God forbid, in 2,000 years, the Messiah has not come, I would not expect any different than a collection of like this from Hasidic sources. And I think it's a curated sample from an apocalyptic cult. And I'm not. You're trying to use that cult in less than derogatory point.
You have to do something with Daniel and Zephaniah, though.
What do I have to do with
the call from apocalyptic is coming from inside your own house. They're in your.
No. Hold on. So, as I said, Judaism certainly has this propensity for messianic fervor. It is endemic to Judaism. Right?
Yeah.
And it is an important part of Judaism. And I am in no way, like, I keep on trying to remind Christians that the word Christian means messianic.
Yeah.
Right? You're supposedly your religion is about looking forward to the coming of the Messiah, whereas the vast majority of Christians very pointedly do not.
I can't account for all the Protestants. Some of the Protestants, that's all they think about is the second coming of
Jacob, not to throw too much of a curveball out there, but how do you see the relation between revelation and logos?
Revelation and logos. Oof. You need to differentiate. I mean, if you were to take Hebrew words and ask me how do I differentiate between them, I could approach that. Otherwise, revelation and logos, I don't even know if those are two different words.
Debar and what would revelation be?
Gilui? I mean, I'm not sure galot is even used in that way in the Bible, is it? Like galot to
Yeah, I don't think
galenai, but no, that's celebrate. Yeah, that's a late. I believe that's a rabbinic reinterpretation of many things in. But like, yeah, to reveal that itself is something that we in essence believe is a mystical.
Yeah. What would uncover be?
Gilui. Where yes. So arayot, Gilui Ayarot That's how it's used. Yes, and I
That
have
is
to
literally
say,
what apocalypsis means. Apocalypsis means.
and I mean, so I don't know how closely you've been following. You may be one of the few people who listen to this channel who might understand my discussions with Ben that I have on Thursdays. But so there's a reason why Gilui Arayot is Gilui Arayot.
I'm trying to think what the language that's used in like Daniel is. I think it's just visionary language.
Hizayon, I mean, and again, I mean, I don't know that there's a difference. So the Yanuka gave a speech recently that blew me away again on for Lag BaOmer on seeing and hearing, and how the Zohar talks about tachazi, come and see. And honestly, like he gives me hope, like the way that I used to look at the Rebbe and like be grief stricken that he isn't with us. Like the Yanuka is like giving me hope. So yeah. But yeah, what is the difference between revelation and logos? I don't know that there's a. You need to give me biblical terms I could try to distinguish. And that's part of why I think it is so important that we need to speak the same vocabulary in Hebrew.
So what's interesting about that to me is there's times where we see people anticipating something like apocalypse, and we go, okay, apocalypse did happen. It's like there was a nervousness and then a climax, right? And we also understand a relation between apocalypse and revelation, and we also understand an association between revelation and logos, right? And so I think about the people I grew up with, these Pentecostal tribes of anxiety about the oncoming rapture, right? And this trembling that they feel, and this obsession about apocalyptic end, and everyone worried about the world ending, the end is near, so on and so forth. And there's just a very, I don't know, I see a lot in that.
Yeah, with the Jewish revolts, it kind of became a self-fulfilling prophecy. The destruction they were afraid of and were seeking the Messiah to deliver them from ended up through wrong messiahs bringing about the destruction.
Accelerationism is inherently apocalyptic, and it's the wrong way of going about the apocalypse in every way. And I mean, to some extent, we see it today with the accelerationists, the people who believe that if only what is now would finally get bad enough, somehow it would get inverted.
Yeah.
And frankly, I don't think you can trample death with death.
So that we're sort of just noticing what happens, though, right? Now we could go, okay, well, we don't think this is effective, we don't think this is a good idea, but we can observe that pattern over time, and so there's like what strikes me is a birthing, right? It's like all of that, and you can detect these things. Okay, here's the accelerationists. Here's this thing. Here's that thing. They're all patterns that happen in this predictable way, somewhat predictable way, and it's leads up to a birthing of something, right? Something must come out of that.
and it will. I mean, again, I go back to Gamliel in Acts 5. I think the position is, it's so clearly, obviously, truly Jewish that even though we have no record of it within Judaism, right? When I saw it, I was like, yeah, I could totally see that happening. And Rabbi Skobach, similarly, the one video of his that I constantly send people to, he starts with that and he says, we don't know from Jewish sources that this happened, but let's assume it did happen because there's no problem with, like,
It checks out. Yeah.
it checks out perfectly.
Yeah.
To the point where I wonder, like, okay, Christians, like, what's the problem here? What are we fighting? Like, what are you arguing with me about? This is in your Bible. This is your Bible. Like, Gamliel, Acts 5, like,
Yeah. The hardest thing to get over will always be history. That's what separates me and Andrew. I don't know if Andrew was listening earlier when I was talking about the separation with the Coptic Church, but there's a lot of blood and bad history, and that more than anything is what's actually keeping us separated more than the theological stuff.
Yeah, I always point out that a lay Greek Christology is the same as a lay Coptic Christology. And the history is just going to be a pain to muddle through.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because
how rough is the history between Christianity and Judaism? Right? And I've said that before when we've talked about some of these things. It's like the blood libel passage in St. Matthew's gospel. It's like, yeah, I can sit here with Jacob and be like, that's not what it means. Look, here's what it actually means. That doesn't bring anybody back to life, right? That doesn't, change the history that spun out of that,
I don't know if I can forgive a Saint Pilate, Andrew. If the Coptics really have, like, if this Isaac Fanus guy, like, made an icon of Pilate.
So I have, Andrew, what's your best bookmark question? And then I'm going to go to bed.
Yeah, it's almost midnight here.
Well, I've got a completely random one.
Okay.
Book of Baruch talks about one of the letters goes to 2.5 tribes. What's a half tribe?
The Levites, some of whom are still around.
Okay.
Yeah. Judah, Benjamin, and the Levites who are still around. Come on, that can't be the last one. You got to.
Yeah.
I mean, that's anticlimactic.
Yep. You mentioned Saint Clement saying that Paul actually went to Tarshish, Tarshish.
Yeah, in Spain.
Yeah.
Tarshish, not Tarsus. Yeah.
Yeah.
He definitely went to Tarsus.
Did you find any, like, Spanish traditions of Saint Paul going there or anything?
Ones that I buy. Yeah, it's so there are native Spanish traditions. The reason I say ones that I buy is there's a lot of early medieval Western European traditions that we know are later than they claim to be.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So the whole Da Vinci Code thing was very easily settled because we have a letter from the Bishop of Paris, right? Paris, France, in the 6th century, talking about how he visited Ephesus and saw the relics of St. Mary Magdalene. Meaning they weren't in France in the 6th century. And the Bishop of France of Paris was not claiming so in the 6th century, right? So there are a lot of these things that come up later on in history. So there was a major significant Jewish community there in Tarshish in Spain. There were mines there. There was a Roman mining colony, basically, with a significant Jewish community. And we've got a number of saints and traditions that say that St. Paul did actually go there before his execution in Rome. But most of the local stuff seems like the really detailed stuff seems to have sprung up later. Like, we don't have anything like the Acts of Paul and Thecla talking about things he did in Spain. It's that old. That was also quick. I'll give you one more. This is absolutely the last one for sure.
Yeah. Book of Enoch. You mentioned that the Book of Life is somehow analogous to like just history in general, or something like
Well,
that.
sort of, yeah. So there's an ancient Near Eastern tradition that's usually the earliest form we have it in refers to heavenly tablets, right? Because this is pre-books, right? And book really means scroll in most cases. That's what's getting translated as book. But it starts out with heavenly tablets on which everything that happens on earth is recorded, right? And so this is sort of the heavenly memory of all the things, right? And the form that takes on once you get into the Hebrew Bible, starting with, help me out, Jacob. Is there more than one mention of the Book of Life in the Torah, or just the one where Moses?
You're asking Nach questions.
No, this is the Torah.
Of a Sefer? What do you mean?
Moses mentions the Book of Life at one point.
Oh, in
When he's
Deuteronomy.
talking to God, he says that he would be blotted out.
Mecheni Misifracha.
Yeah. Are there any other mentions beside that in the Torah that you know of?
No. Mecheni Misifracha.
That's the only one I can think of in the Torah.
It's late.
Yeah, that's okay. Okay, well, it does show up in the Torah, and then it shows up a few places later, and then it gets referred to in the New Testament in the form of this Book of Life, right? And so the idea of being blotted out of the Book of Life is not like this is the list of names of people who go to heaven, right? The idea is that like the memory of who you are and your life and your existence,
Okay, that's
is
neat.
blotted out, like is forgotten.
Okay.
Yeah, if it
Yeah.
wasn't midnight, I would just pull up Safaria, and
Yeah.
there would be tons of connections to
Yeah.
Mecheni Misifracha, which is it's in the Parsha Et Hanan. I have no idea where that is in the Christian Bible.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's how it's related to like the history of the world, is it's recording all the events, right? And so for a person to be blotted out of that, it's like they never existed.
Yeah. Yeah, that fits in like really well with the commemoration of the saints, right? You
Right,
know?
right. And with the language you get in the New Testament, right, like at the judgment, be gone, I never knew you, right? Like your memory is gone.
Yeah.
Psalms, I'm pretty sure talks Shem Rashayim Yirkav, and so this idea of Shem and that's actually in so Yad Vashem also, like so this is this idea of being in God's. So the God of Israel is the God of history, right? And so the Bible is a history, and being put in it or removed from it is, I mean, I almost want to go full Pajot and like, you know, the story is the reality, like God as narrator type thing. Although, don't take that too far.
So,
Okay, I am
All
going
right.
to end this broadcast.
Gotcha.
Thank you, Jacob.
Thanks